Well, after the time trial yesterday at the Devil's Den State Park today, we get into some road racing at the Walmart Joe Martin stage race as we get ready for stage two here in the Echelon Racing League as the world comes onto RGT for another exciting day of racing after a short, fast time trial yesterday. It's a long day in the saddle for the riders today on stage two of the Walmart Joe Martin time trial. Brad Soner here with Lauren Hall as we get ready for another great day of racing here. But Lauren, it is so exciting to be back at one of our favorite stage races here in America. This is the true essence of road racing here at the Joe Martin stage race. I mean, there are very few places where you get this breadth of racing over a week.
Yeah, Brad, you're exactly right. I mean, having the Devil's Den time trial be such a hard, short effort, and then you go into some of these longer stages with some good climbs and then some punchy finishes for us sprinters. And the Crick course is such a dynamic course as well. This race has everything to offer for anybody that loves bike racing and stage racing.
Lauren Hall back with us for another day of racing here in the Echelon Racing League. Lauren, getting down to it here at the end of the virtual racing season as now a lot of riders start shifting their focus into the in real life racing. I know a lot of our riders in the Echelon Racing League will be racing in real life at the Joe Martin stage race. So this is starting to get into that transition period for a lot of athletes.
Yeah, and then even backing up to last weekend at Cyclocross Worlds, like Fayetteville, Bentonville area have so much to offer any cyclist, whatever your discipline, whatever your pick your poison, it is there. And yes, for these athletes to now transition more into the spring and into real racing, I mean, what a great way to lead into that. But by then having the Echelon Racing League to prep.
Before we get into our longer road race today, let's go back and take a look at the time trial yesterday. Again, in Devil's Den State Park, this is a time trial that most pro riders in the United States know well because it is up, up, and up. We started with the pro men yesterday, Matt Usborne turning in a good time. We also saw an early fast time from Ben Thomas in the European session earlier in the afternoon. And then Kevin Bouchard Hall once again ripping the legs off of this time trial for Restart Racing as we saw some really impressive times on this one, pretty comparable to the real life times that we see at the Joe Martin stage race. So it was really interesting to see the efforts, and you could see Kevin Bouchard Hall was just gutted after making his way up those climbs, Lauren.
Yeah, you can also see the effort, the real in real life effort too, huh? That's also what it looks like when you finish the real life time trial too. And so, yeah, having, looking at Kevin Bouchard Hall, for example, he has definitely set himself up for today, and Jaden Yeager. So I think this is kind of their race to win or lose this weekend.
As we said, Ben Thomas setting the early fast time in the morning session yesterday. That puts him in the GC lead as time trial stage one yesterday. We are scoring on a GC system over the 3 days of racing here at the Walmart Joe Martin stage race. So he's going to start the day with about 4-second lead over Matt Usborne. Kevin Bouchard Hall a little further back in third and Jane Yeager in fourth. But these are relatively short times, Lauren, when you're looking at the 2 days of racing that we still have to come here. Should be plenty of time for these riders if they want to go for the GC, but it's also really hard to get gaps going in RGT, so it'll be interesting if any of these riders can move up on GC.
Yeah, and just like you were saying yesterday, though, is because of these short gaps, like everybody shouldn't be too terribly worried, but Ben Thomas having a victory yesterday definitely gives you confidence going into the weekend.
All right, let's talk a little bit about our course profile for the day today because it is long, long, long out there. That's the story for most of the riders today. So a lot of riders warming up early for this one because there is some early climbing. You see the orange sections, but Lauren, for a lot of riders, this is just about hanging in as long as you can.
Yeah, and like we saw in Tour of the Gila and then even back to the Iron Horse race, it's just about longevity. Like you're saying, today is a longer day on the trainer, essentially, and staring at your computer and staying focused. So, yeah, and there's a couple of red sections in there that things will probably split up. But yeah, it's just attrition day.
You see the riders in their pain caves on our SIS zoom cameras here. Even on a day like today, you still got to get at least a little warm up, especially on these virtual platforms because the racing starts so quickly from the gun. So that's why you see riders warming up even for a long road race day like today.
Yeah, there's no neutral. It will start kind of fast, and yeah, so a little bit of warm up, maybe not near as much as yesterday, but at least just getting the system going and getting your fan set up. Like you can see, some guys are still moving around and warming up if it's cold in your pain cave. So yeah, it's this is going to be a longer day in the saddle for these guys.
Looks like one rider is giving a quick seminar down there on the bottom right with the green screen setup, doing some coaching or teaching, not sure. Nice to see you too. Welcome to day 2 of the Walmart Joe Martin Stage Race. All right, we are just about 5 minutes out from our start. Want to take a little time to bring in our in real life race director out in Arkansas, a man by the name of Bruce Dunn, who has been a big part of bringing the Joe Martin Stage Race to life here, both in the virtual world and the real life world. Bruce, first off, congratulations on your new sponsor just a couple days ago, announcing that Walmart becomes the title sponsor of the Joe Martin Stage Race. So I know you're really excited about this.
Yeah, if you can see the smile plastered on my face, my wife said, listen, that has not gone off your face in 3 days. You're literally sleeping with a smile on my face. And we've been working on this 20 years, quite frankly. It's one of those things, you dream about it, you know that you can get there. And when it comes true, you just have to pinch yourself. And so I've been excited and then nervous and all the other emotions in between. Can't wait for this to come to fruition.
Joe Martin Stage Race was obviously one of the original events in Northwest Arkansas that helped to create the cycling hotspot that it is now. But, man, it is exploding out there in your neighborhood. It seems like we're having a bike race, an event there every week these days.
Yeah, and I like to say that, the Joe Martin Stage Race, which is going to celebrate 45 years this year, which is amazing, right? And then now with Walmart and all the things that have been happening, we've been telling people for, the last several years, you have to come to Fayetteville, you have to come to Northwest Arkansas and Arkansas to see all that's happening around any type of terrain and tire type. But yes, people are taking notice.
I think a lot of people were even more excited after coming out for the Cyclocross World Championships and really seeing some of the incredible riding that you guys have to offer and some of the riding that makes the Joe Martin Stage Race so impressive. Any new changes coming up here for 2020? What are you most excited about for the Joe Martin Stage Race this year?
Well, I have to say that I'm talking to my two in real life broadcasters, which live streaming has been literally the dream for, probably at least 15 years. And so that's going to be the biggest change. We're also bringing a lot of GPS tracking technology that people will be able to follow the event on a live race map. And so those are probably the two biggest changes that you'll notice from just the rider experience. And we're not going to change the courses this year. We're going to walk before we run. But those will be two big changes.
I know we talk a lot about the pro races as well, but you guys also offer some amateur categories. Even if you're not a pro, highly encourage you to come check out Fayetteville, check out Northwest Arkansas, do some riding, do some racing if you're into that sort of thing, or just come watch the pros. But you don't have to be a pro to come race Joe Martin.
You don't, and and even one level down, you have the men 1-2 4-day 4-stage race, and then a full complement on the weekend, whether you're masters or the entry level category. 3 stages, 2 days. That double on Saturday is just a soul crusher. But I hope that doesn't shy you away. I hope that challenges our amateurs. I know several of my masters friends are thinking about coming back because they haven't been back in a while. And hats off to the amateurs, right? They're the reason we're at 45 years, and they're the reason we're going to. I feel like we're on the precipice of taking this to the next level.
Every cyclist likes a good challenge, and it sounds like Joe Martin has plenty of them to offer. So we look forward to seeing you out there May 19th through 22nd this year at the Walmart Joe Martin Stage Race. Bruce, thank you so much for being with us. We are inside of a minute to race start, and I know your events always start on time, so we're going to start this one on time as well. Bruce Dunn with All Sports Productions, race director of the Joe Martin Stage Race. All right, Lauren, countdown is on. This is the important sort of 30 to 45 seconds before where now you see them start to ramp their power meters up. You want to get that, again, as high as possible when this clock gets down to 0 because they will take off from the gun. A little different from real-life racing. You don't ease into a virtual race like this.
No, you're exactly right. Like I said, there's no real neutral rollout. These guys are definitely going to be pushing on the pedals because you don't, like you said, as soon as there's separation, there is no coming back in RGT. So you're going to want to stick with this group as much as possible. And seeing in the Zoom room a lot of the Project Echelon guys getting ready. It's good to see those guys, and hope they're ready for Valley of the Sun in a couple of weeks.
Again, for a lot of riders, this will be one of their last few virtual events before we get into esports national championships, esports world championships, and then, yeah, like you said, a lot of riders will be on the bike for in real life races like Valley of the Sun. So Ben Thomas, yesterday's time trial winner, taking an early jump up to the front, setting the tempo early here. What we really look for in these big fields early on, Lauren, is the split, right? That initial selection where the leaders sort of make their way to the front. And we know the usual suspects. We know the big names in this field, just like in real life racing. They sort of look to the captains of the peloton to dictate how things go early on.
Yeah, and you never know what to expect from RGT because you can't look across and actually see this person or see them warming up or whatnot. You can only assume that they're hoping for an easy start as you are, but that's not always the case. So you have to be prepared, and like you're saying, going from the gun, how important that is. And catching anybody off guard is very unfortunate for those people getting dropped.
See Grant Simons here into the red zone up on the front. There's always one rider in every group ride that wants to go hard from the very start. And it looks like today that's going to be Simons. I think we all know that rider on the group ride.
I've always said that anybody can go hard for an hour and a half. It's that next block of time that if you were smart with your efforts, if you can sustain that effort.
It's the 91st minute. That's why I couldn't go pro.
One of the things that, going back to Bruce and Fayetteville that I've always enjoyed, as being from Mississippi, I always felt like this is representing the South, and we're very welcoming down there. And I don't know if I've ever really experienced this anywhere else, but I remember being on the crit course, and there were people, there was our host house and friends, and it was like a tailgate party. And I just remember them having Bloody Marys out there. It was great. And I just, you've got Tulsa Tough, you got Crybaby Hill. We had Manayunk. And again, so, going back to Joe Martin, like that criterium is also kind of like just stuck in my mind as a lot of fun. And the spectators definitely come out. It's a good day of racing.
Like you said, part of the stage race element as well gives the sprinters a chance to kind of have a go that maybe wouldn't have such a great day on the time trial or the long road races. So it was always fun to watch the riders that were working all week for their GC leaders to get a chance at the crit.
And Joe Martin always brings out, it always seems like it comes down to the criterium to kind of like set that GC overall. I mean, it's usually just separated by one or 2 seconds and or maybe even 10 seconds. And it always seems to shake out in the criterium at the last day. So it's super dynamic racing.
Well, speaking of dynamic racing, pushing on the front of this field again. A couple riders coming unglued off the back. You see Jaden Yeager in his pain cave with his national championship jerseys hanging in the back. He'll be competing for the United States' first esports national championship coming up February 20th here on RGT. You can see he's got his state championship jersey as well. Some category and stage winners jerseys from the Tour of America's Dairyland.
No big deal. No big deal. Just we're going to hang these back here.
The jerseys seem to be the
flex.
preferred decor for a lot of cyclists in their pain cave. I do have to say, people have been upping their game here in 2022 with, what we're seeing on their SIS Zoom cameras. Randy Warren off the back for Triple X Racing, having a little bit of trouble here. This might have been a technical. Sometimes you'll see riders that have a power drop out. If it disconnects, you come unglued, and then it's really hard to get back on. So, again, even in virtual racing, sometimes you'll see riders suffer technical issues. There is no neutral support here. Unfortunately, we don't have anyone to jump out of a car and help fix your internet, but they will have that at the in real life Joe Martin stage race.
Just as we had a little technical difficulties yesterday, it happens to all of us.
Hodges and Kellison using a little bit of an uphill here to their advantage. It's the first 6 riders into the red zone. Hodges going to use the opportunity to grab some water and get right back to it. Hodges riding in obviously his garage, the Triple X Racing team based out of Chicago, where It is currently 13 degrees Fahrenheit. So, little
Holy
outdoor
cow.
cold training for Hodges today. Not sure if he has a heater next to him or anywhere near him, but I guess that's one way to keep the core temperature down. It's probably a little warmer in the garage, but not much.
And what did we learn from Tour of the Gila from Garrett? And he said that the optimal temperature for performance is 50 degrees. I never would have thought it was going to be that low.
Yep. Group already coming down. This will calm down a little bit. 68K to go, so they still got a little time to shake this out. Take a look at Brad Bickley rotting in the sauna for the Above and Beyond Cancer presented by Pike World Team. This is the opposite of the Hodges approach. He's going to sweat it out.
Heat adaptation. I've learned that if you're in like a heat chamber or something similar, you can do less watts, higher heart rate, and get quite an advantage.
He zipped up the jersey for the camera. That lasted about 10 seconds.
No thanks.
So he's back to work now. Looks like Millam taking a look at the front. Nice to see Eric Hill getting a little time up there in the Project Echelon jersey. Eric, in addition to being a rider on the Project Echelon team, also the team manager and commissioner of the Echelon Racing League here as well. Busy guy, but somehow always finds time to get on the trainer.
Looks like he has a teammate in life beside him. All right.
Getting ready to hit an SIS gel. Might be, you're going to need a few of those today on a day like this, Eric. I would be advised against going too early to the SIS gels.
Nice sponsor plug while he still has energy. Yeah, Eric definitely wears many hats for the team, just being someone new to the program and on the inside of things. I think he's already registered the team for half the races already. So we're already winning. I think Project Echelon was the first to register for the Anniston Sunny King race. And yeah, and just Eric is just everywhere. He's in all the correspondence. He's in all the logistics. And then here he is, yeah, like you said, racing, and he's probably leading Discord right now for the guys.
And somehow still finds time for the family at home. Saw his wife Emily there. Their two kids, which also get on the trainer together every once in a while. Here's a couple guys we've seen a lot in the Echelon Racing League. Kevin Bouchard-Hall on the left-hand side of your screen, Jaden Yeager on the right. Probably two of our best men's virtual cyclists in the United States right now. So we got a good shot at the Esports World Championships coming up here, and both of these guys have a good shot at the Esports National Championships. SIS is now running a targeted marketing campaign here on the Echelon Racing League. But you see Kevin Bouchard-Hall's choice of fuel slightly less scientific than Jaden Yeager's SIS mix. I think he had a bowl of gummy worms there for Kevin Bouchard-Hall. That's one way to stay fueled up. I think SIS has a little more research. It's a little more refined fuel for the athlete, but gummy worms work too.
It's funny that Kevin Bouchard-Hall swaps out his carafe of coffee 2 weeks ago, and now we've got gummies. So yeah, whatever keeps you going and can keep you motivated on the trainer.
Grant Simons taking a look off the front here. Kevin Bouchard-Hall going to go with him. And I would say this is a good sign only because Bouchard-Hall is going with it. Typically, Bouchard-Hall is one of the best tacticians in the game here as well. He really understands how this game is played. He understands how RGT works. I think he substituted the sandbag now with a concrete bag. We had some riders using a bag of sand a couple weeks ago to hold down the trainer, just too much power. But that looks a lot like Quikrete to me.
It also looks like he has a second monitor set up closest to us, so he is full bore in the game right now. All he needs is his virtual reality goggles, essentially.
That's coming. I have a feeling we're not far away from being in the metaverse doing this. Looks like Above and Beyond Cancer are going to try and drive this one up the front. They got the whole squad up there. Going 1, 2, 3, 4 jerseys up on the front, and even more coming. I think Above and Beyond Cancer and Restart Racing have maybe proved to be the two best organized men's squads here in the Echelon Racing League, just showing the ability to really use their numbers to their advantage. Restart is especially brutal when it comes to the attacks. They have so many guys on that squad that can launch these long attacks off the front. Above and Beyond Cancer, I think their game is just keep it as hard as possible. They like to get to the front and keep all their guys up there and just keep that pace as fast as possible to see who can hang. But Restart seems to like to send riders up the road and make it hard that way, but they'll just keep sending riders up there. They have so many riders on the squad that can do it that they just keep launching attack after attack after attack.
Yeah, and thinking about going back to the beginning of the broadcast with our course profile of, how can you take this race to Kevin Bouchard Hall or Jaden Yeager, and how can Ben Thomas keep that overall? I just wonder if this group will kind of stick together towards the end of the race when there's a couple of those harder climbs, and, how do you separate from those guys then? It'll be dynamic racing today, and I don't know what to expect from this peloton and what we've seen historically in the past, but I would imagine that it's probably going to stay together unless it starts getting nervous, at least through halfway point in this race.
I just saw a moose on the side of the course off to the rider's left-hand side. A little bit of wildlife out there.
I didn't know they had moose down in Fayetteville.
I think that's a new patch that they just put into RGT here. There would be some opportunity to see some wildlife on these courses. You get out there. I mean, the Devil's Den State Park time trial is pretty scenic. There's some lonely parts of the course on this one as well.
Very much so. Somebody's posting up back there. I didn't know that was a feature either.
Yeah, they also added celebrations and waves and hand gestures and stuff a while ago, so not a lot of riders use it. I would like to see that used more. I think that would make things more interesting. Remember, we were watching Joe Bernier the other day on the paracycling coverage. He was giving us a wave every time we'd come to him on the show.
These guys need to have
Hammering
a little fun
for the cameras.
in their avatars. Yeah.
Little gradient here, up to 5%. See the Above and Beyond Cancer squad: Aarons, Bickley, Morris, Samuel, Simons, and Usborne. And all 6 of those guys have a shot of going. This is Grant Simons right now on the front. He's going to see if he can recruit any help to come with him.
We have seen a lot of Brad Bickley this year and Matt Usborne. So, good to see Simons up there. And, yeah, like you said, those guys just kind of take the race from the beginning, don't they?
You can see how quickly their field responded to Simons. Blazovic going over the top of it now for the X-Speed United team. This gets really tough when you start having riders go off the front, because then your power meter starts looking more like an EKG than that sort of steady, easy line that you want to have. When you get those spikes, that wears you out a whole lot quicker. We talked about the squad of Restart Racing, starting Blodgett, Bouchard Hall, Cunningham, Dowd, Yeager, and Swart today. And there you see Yeager making his way up to the front just as they hit a 14% gradient right here.
Ow! Where'd that come from?
Just a little bump in the road, I think. They'll be over this soon.
I'm going to need my course profile pulled back up because I didn't see this one on the course profile in the beginning.
We saw X-Speed United up at the front earlier with Blazovic. I've also seen some good rides for Bernardo Gonçalves, Sam Siebel, and Jason Smith on that squad. Nice international roster for those four. And then this will be the Beast Mode Rose team on the front in those white and orange jerseys. Here comes Ben Thomas, a former professional mountain bike racer out of the UK. So yesterday's uphill time trial really fit him well. That mountain biker physique is tailor-made for a 10-minute uphill hard effort.
And just mountain bike racing in general, like the short track and, well, heck, any of the tracks for in racing and mountain biking, because those guys go from the gun. Like, if you don't clip in and go, like, yeah. Off the back, out the race. So if anybody knows how to do those short efforts and make it count, it's definitely Ben Thomas.
We got to bring this guy out to the in real life Walmart Joe Martin stage race. Take him mountain biking on some of those trails. I know you had a chance to hit a few while you were out there for the World Championships, but I'll bet Ben Thomas would love a little time on the Northwest Arkansas trails.
Brad, they were unbelievable, and to be out there, there were like 3 different trail crews in this probably 50-mile area, mountain trail area, at one time, and every one of them had mini excavators. Every one of them had 3 or 4 people to a crew. All the trails are marked so well. There's A lines, B lines. There's anything you could want as a mountain biker. It's there, from beginner to I'm sure Ben Thomas level stuff that you could just huck your bike off, that I would probably lose a collarbone or two if I even thought about going over something like that. But it was absolutely gorgeous. They had rock berms set up. It was just next level mountain biking. Is gorgeous.
Really incredible riding. There's a reason that Project Echelon ran their camp up in Fayetteville, getting together a few weeks ago to do some in real life training.
The great thing is a lot of these guys came out for the cyclocross race just to have that stoke factor. Like, I mean, when you have world championships on home soil, wherever it is in the U.S. and whatever discipline it is, you kind of have to go as a cyclist. It's just
Yep.
You got to take that in. And also the A Volo team, they brought all their guys out and just essentially had a mini camp. They didn't ride bikes again, just coming to the bike race and just, again, having that experience and representing and wearing their clothing around. You know, it's just good. We lift each other up by coming to all the discipline and all the races, especially world championships. The spectating alone of the fans walking around. We've already seen a couple of memes with the guy with the he had his overalls on. Like,
yeah.
Yeah, it's quite the characters that you saw out there, and the Belgians, of course, come in full force. It was and the Dutch. It was just beautiful to see all that happening right there in Fayetteville. It's unbelievable.
Saw some German flags out there as well. The Beast Mode Rose team making their way up to the front with an all-German squad starting Scott David, Jan Emmerich, Sean Feldhaus, Sebastian Neues, and Tor Persky. That was cool to welcome the world to Fayetteville. It was a nice postcard. It looked great on TV. I think they
Could you
did an
imagine
incredible
being
job.
there this past weekend with all the snow that they just got?
Yeah, much different course. I saw on Sporza they were posting pictures of what it looked like last week and then what it looked like today. I think some of
As
the
a
Belgians might have
spectator.
wished that they were here this week.
I preferred last weekend. Was pretty great. I'm a fair weather
Belgian
fan.
spectators.
Yeah, but the Belgians would have loved it, yes.
Mason Roca taking a look up on the front here. We saw him win a stage earlier there's Mason down in the pain cave. No teammates on the Gotham Greens Verge Sport team. We talked about how Restart Racing and Above and Beyond Cancer are able to use their riders to try and dictate the race, but you can absolutely hang in here. If you understand this game and you understand how these races play out, like Jackie Godby has showed, it's not about just producing the highest watts per kilo. It's about racing smart. Now, Jackie Godby also produces the highest watts per kilo, but you'll notice that her averages are consistently lower than everybody else because this platform in RGT really rewards the ability to draft, to save energy, and to be efficient on the bike.
You're right, Brad. It is a little tricky when you have a group go up the road and you're the only person not represented and you're strong enough to be up there. It makes it a little bit harder, but yeah, overall, you can, like you said, you can draft and race smart on the RGT platform. So yeah, I expect Roca to have a good day today, even though he doesn't have any teammates.
Lauren, you know how you have a person for everything? Like you got someone to fix your car, you got a painter, you got a landscaper. I have a fabric guy that takes care of all my shirts and stuff, kind of looks over all my fabrics, make sure they're good. He told me that the official term is coveralls for what the guy in Arkansas was wearing with the one side. So
can we just go back to the fact that you have a fabric guy?
Yeah, do you not?
I don't even take my stuff to the cleaners.
I like to consult on all my different tech fabrics and things like that. Get advice before I make any big
coveralls,
purchases.
Huh? They're not. What's the difference in coveralls and overalls then? We're gonna have to. I'm gonna need.
I'll ask my fabric guy.
Okay, go ahead and send you a text. Your fabric guy. Who are you? Your TV guy. I'm sorry.
That's right. I'm big time TV now.
You are. You gotta step up my game.
Will Harden going big time TV with a solo attack off the front here. A little early, a lot of racing to go here. This would be considered, I think, a TV attack in real life bike racing, although our virtual races are a little bit shorter just in the distance that they cover. So I guess the in real life stages would be something like 4 or 5 hours typically for these longer road races. We obviously shorten them up, but looks like Harden being dispatched for Project Echelon off the front here.
Yeah, he could definitely be setting the team up and just trying to put pressure under the rest of the guys. So that we have seen this in previous races from Project Echelon guys. Or hey, maybe he's prepping for Valley of the Sun TT in real life. It's one of the longer TTs that we have in the U.S. in the early season.
Harden staying on this one. Looking at his power in the upper left, doing about 350 watts. That's a sort of the area where you stay in like a multi-minute effort. For a lot of riders, 350 watts for like 5 or 6 minutes would be doable. So I'm guessing that's what he's doing here. Again, a lot of this is just understanding your body. I mean, knowing sort of what you can do, racing your numbers, knowing what's possible and what's impossible. But Harden, I think, probably has the ability to do this and roll away. Definitely wants to take riders with him, though. There is no way that Will Harden wants to ride 56 kilometers all alone.
You are a firm stance on no way on that one. Poor Will doesn't have a prayer in Brad's eyes. But yeah, like I said, he's probably on early duty right now, just trying to separate out and see if he couldn't draw out somebody else. And yeah, then once you're out there and you're kind of committed, you're not going to sit up and kind of go back. You're committed. Let's just move forward and get the job done as best you can.
We do have access to the Project Echelon Discord. Let's go listen in on that, see if we can figure out what their strategy is.
You can get up and over that next big hill by yourself. And then I counter on the second one. And Zach comes along. I empty it and he just goes. That'd be the move.
Well, there you go. Wait for the second hill. That was Eric Hill, Project Echelon, coaching up Will Harden here on the front, trying to figure out how to launch their guys. So that answers the question. I mean, they are absolutely trying to set riders up. This is getting strategic out there. Meanwhile, this group is shrinking. You can see it's only about 19 riders left here. Remember, we started with 35 plus on the start line, and looks like Kellison, the last one to tack on. So one by one, they're starting to drop riders out of this peloton as well.
Isn't that brutal? I mean, it's just what we're 35 minutes in and 25 minutes in, and that's that's what happens, is just get dropped out the back. I mean, that just is a testament to they're not just rolling around easy. They're definitely racing their bikes.
Travis Samuel going to try and tack it back now on the right side of your screen for Above and Beyond Cancer. He may have been dispatched into the red zone. Look at this. Samuel is totally trying to go across the gap right now. He has left everyone behind. Clean break. So Will Hardin's about to have some company. That'll be a nice addition. Looks like Brian Hodges wants to go with him as well. So it's on, Lauren. All right, this is it. The invitation has been sent from Will Hardin. He's already got 2 RSVPs.
I love that analogy. So true. Yeah, it's hey guys, come on up here to my party and let's join up and have some fun. So yeah, I like that analogy a lot.
Looks like Eric Hill wants to get up to the front of this, maybe try and control it a little bit, slow things down in the field for his guy up the road. See Travis Samuel here stuck in the gap for the Above and Beyond Cancer presented by Bike World Team. This is a big ask. It's only 65, 70 meters up to Will Hardin, but on a 4% gradient on the way up here. So that makes it a little harder for Samuel to get there. He's got him in sight now. So much easier when you can see that avatar on the screen. There's just a mental unlocking that happens when you see that rabbit to chase.
Exactly. It's that little bit of a carrot up there that you are making ground, and as you see him getting closer, it reassures your efforts that you're putting in right now.
And not far behind Samuel is Mason Roca. In fact, there's Roca in sight now. Kevin Bouchard Hall coming across the gap as well. That'll be Bouchard Hall in. And then looks like Ben Thomas leading at the front of the field at 30 meters back. If these guys can link up and go, 3 major teams represented with Above and Beyond Cancer, Project Echelon, and Restart. And then again, Roca racing alone on that Gotham Greens Verge Sport team. So he's got no teammates helping him back in the field. These other 3 guys do, and Mason Roca's got to be loving this right now. He's got 3 of the best teams in the Echelon Racing League with him in the breakaway.
Looks like Hodges just kind of missed out, and those guys are going to try and definitely get across and close this 30-meter gap and shut this down and have a reset. But you got to make that connection super fast, because if this gap opens up again, this is a good group to go up the road.
They're holding 30. Down to 20. Yeah, these guys might not have snapped off quick enough. Because here comes Ben Thomas. So Thomas breaks up the party, brings all his friends with him, gets it shut down. Now we wait for the counter here. You see Jaden Yeager getting up to the front. Would not be surprised to see those 3 same teams do the exact same thing again. Project Echelon, Above and Beyond Cancer, and Restart. All 3 of those teams still have another guy in this group that would be able to go here. So looks like Matt Usborne is going to be next to go for Above and Beyond Cancer. Oh yeah, he's going to take 3 with him.
As soon as you make contact to the group up front, the counterattack is extremely important, and knowing when to counter. And Usborne's definitely figured it out.
Beautiful tactics from Above and Beyond Cancer. Sure enough, Restart goes with him, with Yeager. And Persky going to get up there with Rose Beast Mode, but then you see they let off a little bit again. There's Matt Usborne, one of the best pain faces in the Echelon Racing League.
And interviewees.
Certainly one of the more spirited racers on the team.
Agreed.
They have one of the more entertaining Discord channels as well that we can listen in on. A colorful character in the Echelon Racing League, let's say. His teammate Travis Samuel taking a look up on the front now. Triple X has a couple up there. John Cooper and Brian Hodges, who we're talking about. John is the husband of Jackie Godby, who is currently leading the overall here in the Echelon Racing League, and a likely winner later today for our men's race or our women's race, starting at 2 o'clock Eastern Time this afternoon. Jackie was talking yesterday about what an advantage it was to have her husband racing first and giving advice and feedback and just a little bit of experience before her race, and then they applied that to her ride in the time trial yesterday. So I'm sure she's watching this one.
Exactly. Like, it's good to have him racing before her. So he can, you know the course profile, but you may not know those sensations of exactly what it feels like. So to have someone race it and then really break it down face to face and just give you the honest truth of what it feels like. You can always assume that it's going to hurt or that it's going to feel like this or the race is going to play out like that, but you never know. So to have your partner right there in it just minutes before you're going to be racing this exact same course is very, very helpful.
There's a language that only bike racers understand to describe courses, because sometimes riders or I'll listen to riders describe courses to other riders and they use terms like and brap and brr, and then I don't really understand what you guys are talking about when you describe courses that way, but I know the other riders sure do. When you say, yeah, you come around the turn and then it's like, and then you have to brr, but you guys somehow can communicate that.
My term is going around a corner, and when you can kind of skid it out, or like you're not going to crash, but it does kind of reverberate through the bike.
See, exactly. I knew you had one. So Mason Roca going to try and get his way out of this field. Let's go see if we can listen in on that Bum Beyond Cancer Discord channel we were talking about earlier.
Hayden Warner.
I am 90 miles on this dumb 100-mile Zwift ride. This is stupid.
I'm starting to think e-racing is for suckers. It's not going anywhere.
Hey, Brad, how much elevation you got?
0. Hey, Harry, I feel like we're moving at an incredible rate of speed. Come on.
Always entertaining.
Dumb and Dumber? Do better.
You guys are crushing it.
Is Roca solo up there right now? It looks like somebody else's bridge, too. I think I see 2. You need me to do a poll?
Nah.
Yeah, Roca and
Yep, it's about 15 seconds. Let's not get too excited about it. I think the real crunch point is going to be the third to last and second to last points. So I just assume, like, if you're going to roll through, but let's not bury ourselves here.
It's amazing how quickly they go from
I'm all out of love.
joking around to back to work.
I'm still alive.
Without you, I knew
And back to
you
having
were
fun.
right. Believing for so long.
We are here for entertainment purposes. Thank you, guys.
Well,
Maybe some
you gotta-
Bohemian Rhapsody. Luke takes away.
Uh-oh, we're going to get into copyright territory here pretty quickly. If these guys nail the harmony, we might get shut down by the algorithms. Okay, yeah, not concerned. Don't worry. Yeah, we don't have to worry about that.
It's a lovely Saturday morning wherever you are. I hope you're
You know,
enjoying this as much as we are.
I will say this is, I think, probably authentic for what a lot of these longer road races are like. You shared some dancing videos with us earlier. You guys get loopy out there on the road. I mean, there's a lot that goes into being a pro bike racer. There's a lot of time spent on the bike, and sometimes you just got to find a way to keep it light and keep it fun.
Look, yeah, I mean, you're out there for hours with some of your best friends and competitors, and you get to see all kinds of stuff out there and talk about all kinds of things. So yes, this is a little bit of insight of what it is really like. And sometimes when you get nervous, there is a point of singing, and it helps calm you down. So I don't know, maybe we was a little nervous for the race today.
The steel facade of Matt Usborne may even have some nerves. Mason Roca off the front, you heard them talking about earlier, and Usborne didn't seem too worried about it. He said it's only 15 seconds. Let's not worry about it too much. Roca has opened up a nice gap, 120 meters off the front here, but nobody went with him. So this is exactly like we saw earlier with Will Harton. It starts with one, and then we see if anybody goes to join him.
What I did miss, what Usborne may have said that I couldn't really make out, was talking about when they were going to go, and if it was kind of towards the end of some of these climbs coming up. I missed out on. If you heard it, maybe you can tell us.
No, I think it was just let's bring this back and wait until after this catch is made. He was basically saying too early, 47K to go. They still got plenty of time. And then there is that second sort of big uphill section that comes up here. I'm going to guess that's where most of the attacks will be made, and Roca may be trying to get out ahead of it, knowing that the Above and Beyond Cancers, the Project Echelons, the Restart Racings would be hitting it hard there when it starts to go uphill. So maybe a little sag riding here before the road turns uphill. Looks like they're picking it up back in the field. On the right-hand side of your screen, a few riders into the orange and yellow power zones.
There is a bit of a game of poker that happens back here sometimes. So the Restart guys may not have wanted to catch Roca quite yet, but other teams may not know that, and so you kind of start looking at each other, and you kind of play that game of, are you going to keep letting that gap open, or are you going to keep letting that gap open, and which team is going to essentially cave and make that first push to go to the front. And then that's like you've just won a hand of blackjack almost in a round. So it's all about the gamesmanship at the front of the race and even in the peloton.
Look at the difference in wattage. Roca holding somewhere around 320, 330. Most of the guys in the group on the right side of the screen doing the low 200s. So Roca putting in significantly more effort here, about 150 watts more than the average wattage back in the field behind him. So that tells me that these guys are not quite worried yet with the what is now 150 meter gap up to Roca. But Roca's not letting up, going up to 500 watts here on the uphill. Now, this is concerning because nobody can do this for the remainder of the race, right? There's nobody out there that can hold 350 or 400 watts for the next 45 kilometers of racing. So at some point, Roca's going to have to let up. But I think he just wants to build the biggest gap that he can, or at least try to, as he goes up and over the climb here. We'll let
What if we've
chasers,
just met the newest Filippo Ganna?
That could very well happen. Although it wouldn't quite be a surprise, as Roca again with a stage win earlier in the Echelon Racing League. You see Kevin Bouchard-Hall down in the bottom right, leading the chase effort to bring Roca back. Looks like Roca's gap did shrink a little bit up and over that hill, as that averages out at about 100 meters. Back to Ben Thomas and Jaden Yeager chasing together now. Feel a little bad for Mason. Nobody wanted to come join him.
Not yet, anyway. Maybe he hasn't thrown out his RSVP yet, like you said earlier.
Yep. That just means you were too strong. It means they were scared of you, Mason. That's why they didn't want to join you, because they knew you'd smoke them at the finish. Take solace in that. Gap back up to 150 now as Roca again redoubles his efforts up towards 300 watts. Look at his power profile. You can see that peak in the upper left corner of the screen just about to disappear, as I'm going to guess that was the hill that they just went up and over, and now Roca, see, he's letting off a little bit here, averaging back down to like 250. We were saying earlier he can't hold 300, 325, 350 forever, so back down into the reasonable zone here.
But he is definitely putting pressure on the peloton. We're starting to see like that the group just dwindle ever so slightly, ones and twos off the back. So he's putting the pressure on, and he is making a change in the racing right now. And yeah, people are unfortunately dropping off the back.
Love this shot from CMS Livestream, our camera operator, giving us the bird's eye view from our virtual helicopter here. It gives you a good idea of just what that gap looks like from up above. And now you can just barely see those avatars in the background of Mason Roca's camera here. So that means that they can just barely see Roca up the road.
And so they'll hopefully, I don't know, maybe they can try and monitor that effort, but it looks like somebody's going off the front right now.
Yeah, big jump up the right side of the field. Few riders responding into the orange zone. Again, you can see the power zone that they're in with the colored bar below the rider's name. You see Travis Samuel going into the red zone here. That means he's on the higher end of his ability to produce power. So these guys falling victim to that increase in pace. Looks like a group of 4 riders coming off the black. Blažević, Blodgett, Kellison, and Seibel going to link up here. So we'll call it 19 in the front group because this is Blažević for 20th. So these are the 2 that went off. Ridenour and David going to join up. See a little wave there from David saying, let's do this. Let's roll this one. I think he's trying to get some nonverbal communication to his breakaway companions here as David and Ridenour will join Mason Roca. Now Roca needs to up the power here. There you go, right into the red zone. That's how you do it. And now these 3 guys lock in. All right, they built themselves a nice 75-meter gap, 3 riders away, and now Mason Roca can feel a lot better about this scenario.
Yeah, no doubt. And for a second there, for a couple of K, it just seemed like they were just going to monitor that gap a bit. But Ridenour and David definitely had other plans. So they want to get up the road and going to try and draw this gap back out again.
Nice job getting into a pace line quickly here. It's hard to do on RGT. That's certainly one of the learning curves that you have to pick up in the adjustment from in real life racing to virtual racing is how to ride on this platform. You really have to understand the drafting physics. You have to sort of understand the algorithm and a little bit of how it works. And once you get a group of riders that all understand that, you can ride much more efficiently. Look at this group up the right side of our screen, left side of the road. See, those guys starting to work together as well. So it's been interesting watching the sort of overall progression of knowledge in the field over the last couple of years. We started with Season 1 of the Echelon Racing League last year, and into Season 2, the tactics have gotten more complex. The riding has gotten more complex. We're seeing bigger teams out there as well. So it's nice to see the progression of virtual racing here on RGT, keeping the riders on their toes and keeping Brian Hodges out of the saddle as he takes a look off the front here.
Definitely looks like that effort is starting to add up on Roca's face.
Having a little trouble staying organized up there, but they are getting it together. 130 meters, the new gap, so they built a little more time. Field's chasing it. Look at the wattage on the left side of your screen. Anything over 300 is a big effort. Now that number is turning red because the rider that we're following, whose power you see on the screen, is drafting behind another rider. When that number turns red, that means that they're doing more effort than they need to. It means that there's wasted watts that the rider is creating, and so it helps them be more efficient, like we talked about on the game. Gap back down to 80. Little separation here for David on the right side. See, these guys can't do this. Again, you need to be perfectly locked on to those wheels of each individual rider, and there's a way to do it and a way to not do it. There's a way to take those rotations. It's really about how you taper off the power and how you reapply it. You don't just go from 300 watts to 250 and change position. You have to slowly sort of drift from 300 down to 250 so it doesn't create those gaps and doesn't break up that pace line. Just like in real life racing, Lauren, when you're done on the front, you don't just stop pedaling. You kind of pull off to the side and slowly ease off so the next rider can come through.
Exactly, and I'm looking here at this chase group essentially, or the peloton. It's another nuance is keeping people motivated, because I think there's a good group here that would like this break to come back, but then you don't want to attack the group because you would like to bring as much with you as possible, because there is still a lot of racing to go. Or do you try and send someone across? So it's, again, the gamesmanship of, are you going to put a pawn out there, or are you going to draw your knight out, or so playing those games of how are you guys going to work this, and how do y'all want to move forward and win this race?
Jaeger taking up responsibility to chase it back. I love the fan making it look like he's actually moving on his SIS camera here. It looks like he's flying in the basement.
Superman.
Well, this is pretty much the worst case scenario for those guys in the breakaway, because they're looking at one of the strongest guys in the world on virtual racing right now taking up the charge to tack them back. So this is not what you want to see.
They just had a nice hit of a hill right there, and sometimes that can help get everybody on the same page and on the same watts, and just be a little bit more consistency than like just a flat or slopey course. But again, here they are, and they've made contact.
So Jaeger succeeding in shutting it down as Roca comes back into the fold. Usborne going to get back up to the front. Oh, Jaeger's going to counterattack here. Boom!
Hold on. 67 km an hour. Nice downhill.
Yep.
This is definitely his forte.
Yeah. Tough timing on the catch on the downhill. You don't really want to attack here. Bickley's going to try and go into the red zone. It's hard to attack on the downhills on RGT because, again, just like in real life, the physics of riding a bike down a hill sort of maximize how much power you can get. That's why you always see the super tuck and things like that on TV. Sort of the same thing applies on the downhill sections. Like, you can't just pedal your way to going 100 miles an hour on a bike because that's not realistic. And that's what RGT is all about, trying to make this as much like in real life racing as possible.
It looks like they did catch 3 guys out, though, on the back end of that peloton, unfortunately.
Yep. You see Hogman back there into 19th. So remember, it was 19 riders in the front group. This may go down closer to 17 up next. You can see on the bottom of this screen the course elevation profile. That I call it a little hill. I'm sure it didn't seem very little to those riders the first time they went over it. And then they got a little more climbing coming up in about 20K from now, a little less than that. You see a few red sections. And then there's sort of the last little big push up to the finish line. So still more climbing to come here. They've only picked up 436 meters of the 1,000+ meters of elevation that they'll pick up today before the end of the stage.
And every one of those small, slight uphills, even into the red, you have to be definitely on point and on your game, because that's just going to continue to separate the field. And if it comes back together, it's going to separate again. And eventually that elastic kind of snaps, as we always talk about in cycling. So you have to be represented up at the front and communicating with your teammates on Discord and prepared for someone. If it's not going to be you, someone is going to go on the attack on those hills.
Going back to that chase group that we were watching earlier with Blazovic, Blodgett, Kellison, and Seibel. Looks like Seibel just out of view here, and then a little bit further back behind these guys looks like a group containing Lister, Cunningham, Bowen, Naven, and company. So this will be a few riders in this group. Lister and Cunningham together, and then Swart, Bowen, and Millam in a group behind them.
Nah, man, that makes for a long day. Rest of your day, 37K, kind of just the two of you, but strength in numbers, guys.
We do run stage race rules here at the Walmart Joe Martin Stage Race. So if the riders do not finish the day today, they would not be eligible to race tomorrow. So they'll at least need to get in there. See Team Tour 2000 presented by Callas with just 4 riders on the list, and that's really down to 3 because we saw Mike Lister back there in the chasing group off the back. So Ben Thomas, I think, might actually be alone in this front group now with Team Tour 2000. I'm not sure I see Davenport or Revel in here. So I think Ben Thomas is isolated.
But I think, he's so strong, it doesn't really matter, to be honest with you, Brad. But it is always nice to have a jersey that you recognize that is your team somewhere close by. But I think he'll be all right. Hodges and Samuel kind of going on the attack here. Hodges just trying to follow Samuel. Got a good separation, Brad. Almost 100 meters now.
And Hodges does a nice job of just sitting right on the back of Samuel. Well done to taper it off just as he gets up there. Thomas leading the chase at 100 meters back. Certainly no lack of effort for clean splits out there today.
Wow, they've got quite the significant gap already.
Well, there's the effort that it takes to get into this break. Canadian rider Travis Samuel at the bottom of your screen, and the American Brian Hodges up at the top. These two guys working together very well. Open up to 150-meter gap now back to the group.
Hodges is having quite the day. This is second attack off the front.
I'm guessing Hodges is not a great finisher, doesn't like his chances on that finishing sort of uphill kick against the group. So his strategy is to try to get a split here. I like this break better than the earlier breaks, though, because just the way that these guys are riding, staying in these orange and red power zones. You need to do this for like the better part of 4 or 5 minutes to make this work. You can't just get the gap going. So they need to get this over like 200 meters really, really quickly. Otherwise, you just sort of slowly get brought back by that field. The problem is now Hodges is coming unglued off Travis Samuel's wheel. Not a ton of drafting to be had on the climbs, but there is a little bit on the uphill.
12% gradient.
And they're going deep. All right. Well, gap coming down to 80 meters as these two try and stay away. Brian Hodges and Travis Samuel off the front of our pro men's field here at the Walmart Joe Martin Stage Race. We're going to take a quick break here as we come up on the halfway mark from our race out on course. We'll keep an eye on this break at 2 and be right back with the Echelon Racing League.
Running in Fayetteville is a scenic experience. I enjoy getting out and the nature, the calming my nerves and de-stressing. It's a really neat place to run.
The recreational opportunities, I think the mountains around here, the Ozark Mountains, it's kind of a perfect recipe for people to recreate outdoors.
Group ride, we're going to skate right in this area, over by this sign over here.
Fishing, hiking, mountain biking, trail running. There's just a plethora of opportunities for people to get out, and they're so inviting and they're accessible.
In today's age, when everything's starting to become more urban, it just becomes really important for the population to have green spaces that they can go to and visit. If I want to enjoy the outdoors, I'll usually ride my bike because there's a lot of trails. I mean, it's just your choice of which one am I going to ride today.
If you're coming to Fayetteville and you just want to begin to explore what it has to offer, the access that the Regional Greenway creates is a great place to start. You can get coffee on the Greenway. You can get a beer on the Greenway. I mean, it takes you right through really the heart of this city. From there, you don't have to go very much farther to find some amazing parks and trail systems.
Trails of Lake Fayetteville. It's a mountain bike trail, but it's also a good beginner trail for trail runners. There's lots of routes to take on Mount Kessler. It's kind of secluded, but yet it's not too far.
From Fayetteville, we're an easy half-hour away. Devil's Den, like any green space, gives people an opportunity to get out, if it's hiking or sitting down and reading a book or going out and really riding their mountain bike. And it has a little bit of everything to offer.
These outdoor opportunities for you and your families to experience Fayetteville, it's year-round. We do this year-round. You know, we don't ever stop hiking. We don't ever stop trail running or mountain biking. Fayetteville's funky, man. Fayetteville's this funky little town. It never really lost its uniqueness. You know, I would much rather spend my time, you know, outdoors and enjoying, you know, what Mother Nature has to offer. And Fayetteville, Arkansas offers a whole lot of that.
Back with our two leaders at the front of our pro men's race here in the Echelon Racing League on stage 2 of the Walmart Joe Martin stage race. Those two just being brought back while we were in break, so hitting the reset button in this field. But Lauren, that tells me that it won't be long before we see another attack going.
Yeah, and you got to wonder how many more times Hodges can kind of stick his neck out there and recover and do these efforts over and over like that again and still be there in the finish. So he may want to monitor those efforts at this point towards the finish because there's a couple of climbs left. It's not going to be easy.
Still 30.7 kilometers of racing to go, and you can see, I guess I would call this 3 more climbing sections on the bottom of the screen. There's sort of a light section coming up in about 10 kilometers, and then that heavy bump at about 12K to go, and then the last climb up to the finish as well. So 3 more opportunities to get away and try and cause a split, but there's a lot of time in between that second to last climb and the finishing climb. There's a nice long flat green section there. So if you want to attack on that climb, you need to build a lot of time coming over the top of it, because that field is going to have a lot of time to chase you back on the flat section in between the climbs.
Yeah, and Brad, essentially, like, who has the legs towards the end of the race to keep going? You know, if you push up and over the hill, who's got it to continue into that finish, but knowing that you've got another hill? So this is about to just explode in this last bit of racing, I think.
Could see the forming of several small groups. I mean, they may not stay together all the way to the line in a group like this. We may see like 3 or 4 groups form by the time they get up to that final climb. Very good chance you see 1s and 2s come to the finish with that last little kick up. So don't expect to see a sprint finish on the line. There are a lot of guys, I think, in this group probably just biding their time, saying, you know, I've been sitting back, I've been watching guys like Brian Hodges go up the road and attack, but really I think it's just going to come down to that last climb. And so names like Oliver Dowd haven't attacked yet today, but they will. They'll have their time on the front. So I think there's still some fresh legs in this group, and we haven't really seen the racing hit hard just yet.
All the big teams pretty much represented up here. You know, I'm sitting here thinking about who would attack, restart, Above and Beyond, Project Echelon. It's just like, well, I just pick any of those guys. Triple X, like I said, it's every team. This is good racing right here to have everybody up there.
A little lower on the wattage here on the front, as Bickley sits right around 200 watts. It's a good average flat section. Just a tiny gradient right now, cruising along at 33 kilometers an hour. I think they've shaken out the early jitters with those attacks, and at this point we may just be waiting until they hit that climb. At the top of the show, we were talking with Bruce Dunn about the history of the Joe Martin Stage Race, celebrating a big anniversary this year. This is one of the historical professional bike races here in the United States. Bruce had a chance to catch up with Nancy Martin, who is the widow of the founder of the Joe Martin Stage Race, Joe Martin. They had an interesting conversation.
Hello, my name is Bruce Dunn, and I'm the race director of the Joe Martin Stage Race. And here with me is a special guest, Nancy Martin. And Nancy, I'll just let you kick it off, introduce yourself, and then let's jump right in and talk a little bit about Joe. So,
okay.
Yeah,
well, my name is Nancy Martin, and I live in Bentonville now, but I spent a lot of time in Fayetteville and in Norman, Oklahoma. And my first husband, Joe, I think a lot of people know, he died of leukemia at 41, but he was an avid bike racer. I mean, he was a Cat 1 back in the day. And he started racing because he messed up his knees. He was spending the ski seasons in Aspen every year, and he wouldn't quit skiing. So the doctor casted his leg from his ankle to his thigh and said, I'm going to stop you from skiing. So I think I told Bruce, she told you the story. He got back home we were living in Norman, Oklahoma at the time, because I was in school at OU in graduate school. And we had an old Bronco, and the old boxy kind, it had 3 on the column. So we drove all the way home listening to the Eagles, California Highway, or whatever that was, that album.
Yep.
And with a broomstick.
Final.
Yeah, with a broomstick on the clutch. And he said he did get stopped once, but the policeman was so amazed that he could do it, he let him go.
Yeah. So when did y'all meet? What year?
We met in 71.
1971.
My sophomore year.
And were you cycling? Had you gotten into cycling yet?
No, Joe's sister was in my class, and we still remain incredibly close.
Yeah.
And I met him. It's kind of, I don't know if you have time for the story.
We've got time.
Okay. So my sister was going to Tulane at the time. And so I spent all my holidays going to New Orleans. So I went to New Orleans for Thanksgiving, and she had an apartment on Main Street in New Orleans. And we had a big, how back then Thanksgivings, everybody got together. It wasn't family, it was just people. Yeah. And so there was a guy there, Al Childs, who was from, he was from Baton Rouge. And he said, I know one person in Norman, and his name is Joe Martin. And I said, oh, I just met him. His sister's in my class. So I go back and I tell Joe, he said, well, tell him I said hi after class. And of course Joe was like, how do you know Joe, Al Childs? That's so weird. So he invited me out. We went out on a date, and he said it was Halloween. So he said everybody was getting dressed up. But what he failed to tell me was it was on a bet, and we were the only two people dressed up. No one else was dressed up, just the two of us. He won the bet.
Nancy is an absolute gem. We're going to hear some more stories from her throughout the day, but it's awesome listening to Nancy and Bruce talk.
Yeah, it's nice to have the history of the race. You know the name, but sometimes you, as a racer or an athlete, you may not know essentially the true backstory. So that is always good to hear about from the community and from the history of the race.
Oliver Dowd taking a look off the front for Restart Racing here. This is definitely an attack for Dowd because he went into the red zone and has held it into the orange zone, so he's trying to get a split here. I called Dowd earlier. I think he was the last Restart rider that we hadn't seen go off the front. So it was only a matter of time before Oliver Dowd made the attack. And now he's got just a little bit of space to work with. We'll see if anybody goes up to join him. Looks like Eric Hill might be trying to make an effort to come across.
He's definitely trying to set up the guys for these last bit of efforts going into the finish. Looks like Eric's just going to try and go right through or connect, and maybe these guys can work together.
There's Eric. Emily still on the trainer next to him. I don't know if she's doing the same course or she's got a different workout going. And now it looks like Travis Samuel wants to come up and join the party as well. It helps to have someone there with you. See how intently these guys are staring at the screen. This is where it matters. I mean, this is where you have to be exact with your wattage. I mean, you really have to have that accuracy to be able to most efficiently ride in the group. Again, it's a learned skill, but you can see how intently Travis Samuel focuses on the screen here, trying to match the power.
Again, going back to talking about all the big teams that are represented, and now even in the break, I mean, we're missing maybe one or two, but this is a good break for these guys to try and roll up the road and see if they can't just take this race to the finish. But this is a good group.
Gap growing, 125 meters now. And again, Above and Beyond Cancer, Restart, and Project Echelon Racing.
There's a point when you get up the road and you have to commit to either I know this is going to come back, or you just start digging that hole and really committing to trying being out there for the win. So we're getting close to that point, and I know we did hear the Project Echelon guys on Discord, and we know kind of what the plan is for behind, but you never know. When you start getting up the road a bit, that can definitely change on the fly.
Gap continuing to grow up to 180. Let's listen in on Project Echelon. Not so chatty anymore.
I can't imagine much going to be said because it's usually Eric, the one that's doing the talking, and he's in the break. Zach should be back there giving him words of encouragement.
I don't know that there's much Zach and Eric can say to Eric Hill at this point.
Every bit helps, Brad.
Yeah. Nair, a huge asset to that team. He's another guy that really understands the tactics of racing on the virtual platforms. It works as a coach as well, so understands the intricacies of trying to tune the body perfectly for virtual racing. It's certainly a different effort that you need to train for and tune for than you would with some of the longer in real life races. So Nair, a good asset on that squad.
You can tell everybody's
He's
hitting
actually
the climb
the
and hitting it
director
really hard.
sportif at the. Go ahead, sorry.
I was just going to say, everybody went into the red over there on the left when you're talking about Zach. It's just kind of funny. It's like, and there's the climb.
Yeah, you can tell when they hit it just by looking at the power bars. All these riders in the red, orange, and yellow zones for a little bit. See Will Harden into the red at the back as he comes back in. So yeah, I would say that indicates that they're on a climb here. Still showing 19 in that front group, so they did all stay there. We had a couple riders dangling off the back, but looks like Harden in the last spot at 19th, so that would mean 16 in this group with 3 up the road. Gap up to 220 meters for that break. This is the biggest gap of the day that we've seen. We have not seen anyone go over 200 meters up the road yet. We use the meter measurement in RGT. I know sounds a little weird from coming from the traditional bike racing world, but the time measurement, because there's so many breaks and a lot of times these courses are so short, it doesn't really translate as well to the virtual platforms. This is a much more compact, sort of intense racing format, and so the seconds don't really matter, but it's really more about the distance that you have to close. The riders care about the distance because they know they have a better idea of what that feels like in the game to say that rider is 100 meters up the road rather than to say that rider is 2 or 3 seconds up the road. That wouldn't really make sense, but because we have such small gaps and the attacks go so often, they measure in a distance as opposed to time to make it easier for the riders to sort of gauge what that looks like. When you're out on the road and you have gaps that go to 30, 45 seconds, 1 minute, 2 minutes, things like that, time makes more sense. But when you have small gaps like this, it doesn't really make sense to measure it in a 4, 5, 6 second gap. So we use the distance measurements on RGT.
If these guys can stay together and keep pushing, I think, through the next climb and up and over the next climb, I think they could take it to the finish.
Yep. And they're definitely pushing up and over this climb, all 3 in the red zone there. Gap is obviously artificially deflated as they're on the climb, and the chasers are still on the flats. You see the chasers just now hitting the bottom of that climb, so we'll let that number even out, figure out what the real gap is. But these guys certainly putting in the effort. Samuel, Dowd, and Hill going all in on this. There is no coming back from a move like this. This late in the race, 22K to go. This is the card that these 3 are playing. Now, they still have teammates left to play, so that's why they can afford to play this card. But this is the last time you're going to see these 3 guys if this group doesn't make it. Look at Samuel at the bottom of the screen, starting to feel it. Oh.
I didn't even see that. I was just looking at the avatars and watching the gap come down, and if they're going to make it up and over the climb. It's so close.
Persky coming up behind him. I think that field will bring time back on the climb. I think these guys lost a little bit on the way up. Let them work their way down and then hit the reset button. on the clock. You see it going back up now. Notice how Dowd stays on it on the way down. That's important to do. It's easy to want to take that rest and just coast down the hill, but if you can, you need to stay on that power and keep pushing your way down.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. If they have to push up and over that hill and into the next hill, and then they can probably attack each other from there because you're now in the last 20K. So, this is where you race forward, and you know your teammates are back there, and you're just basically hoping that they are able to hold in. But and that's your ace in the hole. But this is the race goes forward now.
These guys obviously feeling good. A lot of riders are going to be on good form as we get into the middle of February, coming up again to the national championships and world championships here in the next few weeks. So I would think a lot of these riders are pretty close to peak fitness at this point in the virtual racing season, which this would be like the July of the virtual racing season if you compared it to a in real life season. It's sort of the peak of the season. You're starting to taper off. Maybe you have some big events coming up in August, but for a lot of riders, their big target is in July.
Yeah, and also this should be the point now that you've understood the platform and really gotten the nuances of it, and you understand your competitors and yourself and your teammates and the abilities that everyone has. So who to really watch and focus and keep in check, and who you can kind of let the leash out a bit.
Gap hovering at about 180 meters, so I think that is a good average to use. USA Cycling Esports National Championships coming up February 20th for the Americans. They will have both professional and age categories, so anyone can race at the Esports National Championships. You can register at usacycling.org. Those are coming up on RGT February 20th. Highly encourage you to jump on RGT and do a little bit of riding before you get into that one. Learn the platform a little bit. RGT is free to ride, so I'll just give you the advice of do at least one race before you get to the national championship. If you're coming from Zwift, you're coming from another platform, it does take a little bit of time to learn on RGT, and the riders that take that time will have an advantage at the national championships coming up. Following Hodges here, Triple X Racing team. Dowd staying on it on the red up here. This is what you need to do in the breakaway. This is why these guys are going up to 200 meters.
Yeah, the breakaway definitely starts to look like it's struggling a bit. But again, if you can just, I mean, if you're feeling good, you're hoping that you can just get to that next climb and maybe attack these guys. If you're not feeling good, you are praying to get called anytime now.
I would say if I couldn't see the Zoom cams, I would say this breakaway absolutely has a shot. These guys are just fine. But seeing the suffering on the faces of Hill and Samuel here on the left side of your screen makes me think that they may be a little more tired than I suspected.
Exactly. Yeah.
Huge gap now, 400 meters back to those guys. Chase is letting off. It's great news for these three.
This could be definitely the winning move. Unless you're going to have like Kevin Bouchard-Hall going at the base of one of those climbs. I kind of feel like this is your race.
I was going to say a lot of times these guys are working for their teammates. Like Dowd would be working to set up Bouchard-Hall a lot of times. So I'm going to guess Bouchard-Hall still gives it a go, but Dowd has his chance today to be the team leader for Restart Racing and try and get a win here. Same with Eric Hill. Hill is almost always just trying to set up a teammate when he puts his efforts in. So maybe these guys get a chance to shine today with 17K to go.
It's one of those things when you're on a team when everybody is really good and you get up the road, it's your opportunity and you have to make the most of it. Sometimes it can be a bit of a stress to do that, but at other times it's kind of relieving to be up there and to give it a shot. So even though that everybody has these great winners behind them, these guys today is their opportunity.
Up to 350 now between the two groups. And I think these guys are starting to let off a little bit. Looks like the average power of this group starting to hover in the high 200s, low 300s after spending some time in the mid to low 300s. So I think these guys are letting off a little bit. Well deserved. They built their gap. Job is done. Built it up. And now they can just focus on trying to hold it and maintain it.
Yeah, you also know that these two climbs coming up for the finish, it's like, okay, guys, we can only go so hard for so long, so we got to have a bit of respite and relief for a second, please.
Travis Samuel getting on Uber Eats, ordering some food for after the race. We haven't seen any riders come up with any distractions on the trainer. Like, we haven't seen anyone reading or trying to get on the computer or anything like that. It's too hard to do because the drafting, again, is so important on RGT. You just don't have that time to look away and do other stuff. Some platforms you can get on the trainer and you can just you can ride and do other stuff, but it doesn't really work like that in the RGT racing format. So yeah, they got to stay on it.
Yeah, exactly. You're racing here. This is not a social hour. We did see a dog, I think, a couple of races ago.
Yep.
But you're right. And maybe, but other than that, we haven't seen much, have we? Need some assistance over there. Got to refill a bottle.
Travis Samuel hitting up the Swan Ure here.
Yeah. Feed zone.
It's serious indoor racing when you go through more water than you can carry in your cages, right? When you need backup bottles ready to go.
Yeah, this gap's opening up significantly. Yeah, I think this is going to go to the line, Brad.
$15 meters to go for this group. And gap growing again up to 500. And I love that Dowd is staying on it. Like, Dowd's still in the red zone up there on the front. He's doing that because he knows he's going to need a lot of time on that, this upcoming climb and that final climb to hold off guys like Kevin Bouchard-Hall, like Matt Usborne, like Jaden Yeager that can go late here. And they will surge on these final climbs. And so I think those three guys know it. They know they're going to lose time, just trying to build as big of a gap as they can before it comes back.
No doubt. Yeah, now the front group is on that climb. Like you said, you'll see the gap go down significantly, and it's just a matter of time if they can hold it up and over the climb or if they're going to get caught. But I already stated that they were going to the line, so guys, don't let me down. I have high expectations.
I guess I'll take the other side of that action and say that they get caught and it's a counterattack that comes back.
Well, you have proved to have been right 9 times out of 10, probably 10 out of 10 actually on the RGT platform versus me. You have been in the space a lot longer than I have, so here's to hoping that you're one day wrong.
Let's say I've been right 9 times out of 9, and we'll see if this is 9 times out of 10 today. All right, so this is onto the climb for these 3. Down into the red. Actually already about halfway up it. Nice 10% gradient.
Oh, man.
Exactly what you want to see an hour 25 into your ride.
Dowd's pain face looks like he's smiling. I can't tell.
So once they get up and over this, again, you see that flat section bottom right of the screen. That downhill will knock out 2K pretty quickly onto the blue section. And then they'll fly across those flats. So we'll wait until both groups get up and over this climb and then take a time check on the flats. As now the chase group, or the field, I guess we should call it, starts the climb.
I'm curious if Zach Nair is still in this group also. I don't know if he's been dropped or if he's made it.
Looks like they're losing 1. I think that's a Triple X jersey coming unglued. It's not Hodges, because that's Hodges up in the left lane. There he is. So that must have been Navin or Cooper going backwards in the red jersey. Almost there. You can see the summit just at up the road for these riders. So I would guess they'll come back together on the way down. Nair is still in the mix, sitting in 16th position right now. I think that's going to be him just to the right of Hodges here in the Project Echelon. There he is.
Yep.
Right on the wheel of the strongest guy in the group. Exactly where you want to be.
Yeah, you just gotta wonder when you're up the road like that you do have representation back in the peloton and that they haven't gotten dropped, because this is down to the nitty gritty of the race and it is really hard right now. These guys have such good poker faces that they don't let off on how hard it's going. So yeah, this is intense.
We always talk about the fan setups that the riders have in their pain caves. Zach Nair gets the award for the slowest moving fan that we've seen all season here in the Echelon Racing League. I don't know that one's doing much good in terms of airflow in the old pain cave up there for Zach. I think the steam that Zach's body is generating is single-handedly moving that fan right now.
He must have a fan in front of him, Brad, that's going through.
I sure hope
him.
so.
Huh? Yeah.
I sure hope so.
Bless it. Oh man, they've lost Samuel. That's gonna hurt for the break. To having one man down like that. This isn't looking good for Lauren's call.
Well, still 2 remaining up there, so you still got a shot. Looks like Travis Samuel taking a big break off the back of this group, so he's gone. And now Dowd and Hill with 13K to go. Going to try and do this one solo. And Eric Hill's feeling it. He's starting to look like what Travis Samuel looked like just before he disappeared from this group. All right, flying on the downhill now. But you see Hill doesn't let up, stays on it, right? Because he knows he needs that gap. He needs that time. And even though 400 meters seems like a lot on the flats, which is their current gap, that is nothing when they get onto this last climb. On a flat section, this field should be able to bring back 400 meters, no problem, on RGT.
Yep. We saw that
a little
with
bit of
Godby
separation.
At the Iron Horse, the finish was on that long downhill slope, and she would have massive separations to the girl in front of her, but yeah, she would always bring it back. So yeah, I mean, even though it's 400 or 500 meters, like you said, on that downhill slope, you gotta have Dowd there to help you all the way to the finish. So these guys have got to push forward, push hard up into that last climb. Everything now is just like blinders are closing in, and it's almost like that TT effort yesterday. You're just in the pain cave for the rest of this race.
All right, so this is the blue downhill section on the elevation profile, which is the steeper downhill portion. Last time they're going to enjoy a negative grade today. It's pretty much all flat or uphill from now on. So see Hodges trying to catch on the right side of the screen, getting left behind on the way down. He should be fine to get in. Luke Aaron's going to make it back in as well. So really, this is going to come down to an explosion out of this group on the last climb and on the flats as well. These guys showing 600 meters right now. I think they probably picked up a little bit more time, but that is still a little inflated. So it's probably more like 500 in reality. Hodges still trying to get on the right-hand side of your screen. And this hurts. Downhill is a tough place to do it. Yep.
Oh.
Hodges paying for the early attacks of the day. Remember, we saw him off the front a couple times earlier today. And looks like the tax man is coming for those efforts right now.
Yeah, I think his day is done, essentially. I don't think there's any getting back on, especially with the group going so fast and moving forward. You lose so much of the drafting when there's only 2 of you versus 15 or 16. So I don't think he's coming back. But that was a good day for him for sure.
Just look at Hodges' XXX teammates. We saw Chris Naven up there earlier. John Cooper, Jamie Furman, and Randy Warren rounding out the squad. Chris Naven had a big hand in the virtual success of Jackie Godby, bringing her onto that XXX racing team, getting her into the virtual racing here and coaching some, I think, as well. So we talked a little bit about that XXX racing team yesterday in Chicago. Their support of riders at every level, from the professionals like Jackie Godby down to weekend warriors. Project Echelon, very similar. I know you're going to be working with the high-level athletes of the Project Echelon team in some races this year, but they also have riders all over the country that are amateurs, enthusiasts, veterans. So it's nice to see these programs expanding beyond just professional racing.
Yeah, it's been fun now. I did Steamboat Gravel event last year, and you see the kid, and you're like, oh, hey, Project Echelon. And like, I'm not a pro, but it's just still fun to see those jerseys all over the country, and to have that connection. It's a good support system and really great cause, and always nice to meet folks from all over. And guess who's wrong again, Brad? Lauren Hodges makes it back. What do I know?
Well, you might be listening to the broadcast. Maybe your call lit a fire, and he was able to get back up there. So, Lauren, if it makes you feel any better, I didn't call your win for Ghent-Wevelgem either. I thought you were going to get caught. So
I don't think anybody called that win, even myself, until it happened. So it's all good. Now it's good to be wrong in this situation. I'd like to see these athletes make it back, and it's good to see Hodges back in the group. That's good recovery.
Yeager stringing it out a little bit up on the front. Dowd going to take over for Eric Hill here. Guys are still crushing it, staying on it. It's a great effort from Dowd and Hill up here.
under 10K to go. Like I said, if they can make it to that climb with a bit of a gap, I am forever hopeful that I am not wrong.
Me too. Every day
Thanks,
of my
Brad.
professional career.
Thank you.
Jan Yeager letting out a little air, trying to blow some stress off, getting ready for this last climb. It's a weird place right now when you know there's a big climb coming and you know that it's about to heat up. You're like just kind of waiting, right? You're like, all right, here it goes. I'm about to have to do some work, but you don't really know when it's coming. So it's kind of like a ticking time bomb for a lot of riders in this field right now.
It's also something that can like turn your stomach knowing that you're about to have to go that hard here at the end of this day. So I saw he zipped back up. Like probably took his SIS gel a while ago and maybe a little caffeine in that gel to get you through this last bit of racing.
Leaders down to 7.4K to go. Chasers at 7.7. And they're still out of sight for the two leaders up the road. Remember, you still made the call that the breakaway would make it to the line, Lauren, so you're not completely wrong yet. You still have a chance to redeem yourself at the finish.
I'm hanging on. I'm forever optimistic, Brad, if you have not learned that yet.
Little gap opening up behind Hill to Dowd. Dowd could be a little more efficient here. It's only a few watts, but every watt counts. Gap is coming down. They're at 380 right now. Remember, they had gone up to about a half K at one point. They were 500 meters up the road. But it looks like they're starting to feel it. Look at the red numbers starting to pop up back in the field. See Aarons and David and Usborne, names like that starting to go into the red. So they are starting to chase. How Eric
No,
still
Eric,
has
no thumbs up, no peace sign. Put your head down. Let's go to work.
Coach Lauren in full effect for Eric Hill today.
Come on, you've got 6K. Let's go.
Lauren, we're going to have to put you on Discord, send you around to some of these team channels, do a little bit of encouraging.
Gladly.
Down to 6K to go
Eric
for our
does-
two leaders here.
Eric does have Will Harden in the pocket, and Zach. So, you know, if it gets brought back, there is still the Project Echelon is very much represented in this group.
There goes Above and Beyond Cancer, right side of your screen. The green and white jerseys up there on the front. Guess who? Matt Usborne and Travis Samuel. No surprise, leading the chase. I think they're starting to feel the pressure now. They're starting to say, all right, we need to lift this. We need to start to bring these guys back. So they're stepping on the gas. Gap down to 300 meters now.
Yeah, back here it's just going to ramp up harder and harder going into the climb, and you're just going to like start popping off people 1 and 2. Where Eric and Dow just have to kind of keep that pressure on as best they can, even if, you know, knowing that they're probably going to get caught.
Gap ticking away slowly but surely. And yeah, like you talked about, some riders coming unglued off the back.
Oh my
falling
God,
victim
I'm writing something. Oh my
to this
God.
pace. You don't give yourself enough credit on RGT, Lauren.
I'm learning. It's okay. I'm learning.
All right, so Thomas, Usborne, and Yeager pushing the pace up here at the front, responsible for stringing this group out. Here's Usborne coming back into the fold. Guy looks pretty good for being an hour 40 in to an effort today.
He's definitely not singing anymore.
Gap back up to 320, up to the two leaders. So a lot of back and forth on here. 5K to go, 320 the gap. I'm liking that breakaway better and better. Question is, do they have enough to make it up that last little climb coming up here? They're starting to fall apart. Hill needed a little break. That allows a gap to open up to Dowd. Gap down to 250. They're losing time. They redouble their efforts, swinging back up to 300. This is like trading Bitcoin. It's just swinging left and right all over the place.
Just never quite sure what's going to happen.
Looks like group down to what is going to be 12 remaining. Hodges is the 14th rider on course with 2 already up the road. That would mean 12 remaining in that group of what was 20 for a while.
Yeah, and Hodges just dangling off the back there. I mean, from those efforts earlier today, I can't imagine he's going to, gosh, I don't even want to call it anymore. But, I can't imagine he's going to be up there at the front anymore today.
Gap now coming down rapidly, under 200 meters up to these guys. So this field had a lot more left in the tank. They saved up a lot onto these flat sections, under 4K. Gap down to 160 meters. Things calmed down a little bit in the field after tacking back another 100 meters. Leaders trying to redouble as the gap goes down to 140 now.
Yeah, you see Eric still pushing on 5+ watts per kilo. Just smelling that finish line now. I mean, you gotta put it all your chips are in now.
They're holding them off on the flats, but I think they're going to need a little more time than this on the climbs. Still a lot of strong riders back on that group. We haven't heard much from Kevin Bouchard-Hall yet today. I have a feeling he may have something up his sleeve. Talked about Jaden Yeager. We've seen him a lot. Bouchard-Hall is in the mix as the gap goes to 200. There's Yeager, bottom right of your picture, and Eric Hill in the bottom left.
Yeah, Brad, like you're saying, we haven't seen Kevin Bouchard-Hall really put his nose out in the wind at all, which usually is a pretty good indicator that he's feeling good and saving it for the climb. And he has been one that has been very successful in the RGT platform, and so there's no doubt that I would put him on the podium today. I'm just making all kinds of calls left and right here.
I like the newfound confidence. Two and a half K to go. Hill gritting his teeth. Look at that pain face.
Making it count. Let's go.
This guy's gonna break a collarbone riding the trainer here.
Put that energy in
Hill
the forward
gaps.
pedal strokes, not side to side.
Gaps down now. Little gap opening up onto the climbs with 2K to go for Hill. Love this all-in effort.
Ow. This just hurts watching.
Still got 200 meters back to the guys behind him. They don't look like they're panicking quite yet. And look how much Yeager still has left in the tank, at least on the surface, compared to Eric Hill.
Jaeger's always had a good poker face, always. So a time
That's
trialist
true.
at heart, so he knows how to just suffer.
Looks Dow is gone off the wheel of Eric Hill, so Hill's going to do this one on his own. 16% gradient up top now at 1.7K.
Come on, Eric, commit. Let's go. Feel no pain.
I would say he is
Block
pretty,
it out.
I would say he's pretty well committed to this one at this point. 1.5K. Gap at 100 meters back to the chasers. And they're all in the red zone here.
There's Jaeger's face. There it is.
Yep. Look how this one's falling apart on the right side. Gaps all over the place. And Hill slowly sneaking away on a 13% gradient right now. It seems like he's been stuck at 1.5K to go forever. Gap down to 60 meters. Here comes Kevin Bouchard-Hall starting to attack out of the field. Bouchard-Hall brought it under 100 meters. He's going to bring Zach Nair, Brad Bickley, and Jaden Yeager with him.
Careful, Zach. You don't want to bring them any closer to Eric than you have to. Or he just goes.
Yeah, I think he's going to just try and split it. Maybe go across the gap. Or realizing that Hill may have run out of gas as he comes up to 1K to go. Look at this effort. Hill staying away, 60 meters to go. He'll come under the Flamme Rouge here pretty soon. One last little uphill here, and I think that's going to be enough.
Oh, man.
Here comes Kevin Bouchard-Hall, shutting it down. Hill has been caught, as now Bouchard-Hall goes right by him at 1K to go. Bickley responds. Nair and Thomas behind him. Then comes Usborne and Yeager. And there's Bouchard-Hall, the bottom left of your screen. He's got a few less gummy worms since we last checked in. And now Bickley will join him. Thomas, a couple seconds off. And it looks like Nair will be the last one to tack on. Jaden Yeager has gotten dropped. It's down to 5 on the front. 700 meters to go. Bickley and Bouchard-Hall going to duke it out. Thomas into the red zone to try to close it down. He gets across the gap, waits. Oh, beautiful riding from Ben Thomas here. And now he's going to go at 550 meters remaining. All 5 in the mix. They made the catch onto the flats now with 450 to go. All 5 of these guys, great sprinters. All 5 have a shot at it. Waiting to see the first rider into the red. 250 meters now. Bouchard-Hall is the first to go. Nair goes with him. Bickley responds. Thomas gets back up there with 130 meters now. Here comes Zach Nair. Usborne gets up the middle. Bouchard-Hall trying to get there. And Bickley slips through right up the center to take the win for Above and Beyond Cancer as Brad Bickley gets the best out of the group of 5 to take a win with Ben Thomas going second. Kevin Bouchard-Hall into third. Zach Nair will take 4th on the day. And Matt Usborne ends up for 5th with 2 Above and Beyond Cancer riders in that front breakaway. And there's your winner. It was the heat training that did it today, Lauren. The sauna ends up winning on the road race today.
What a great sprint finish. Oh, man. I feel so bad for Eric Hill and Project Echelon. Zach was so close, and to just be off the podium in 4th, that is a heart-wrenching loss for those guys today.
And there's Hill limping his way in after a valiant effort off the front. Certainly made it interesting. It made that last K a lot of fun to watch. Watching that group of 2. Try and
was
hold
so
them off.
close. You know, just that last, right under that last K banner. You know, just to be so close. That's kind of heartbreaking for him. But it's what an effort, what a day, what a ride.
Luke Ahrens up next, another Above and Beyond Cancer rider. Finishing up after a wildly successful day for them, going 1-5 with Brad Bickley getting the win. I would say Project Echelon gets the most aggressive rider's jersey today with Eric Hill. Oliver Dowd can share it. They both had a big part in making that last K interesting. It was good. That's exactly how you want a race to go. I mean, you couldn't ask for a better script, right? Little group off the front trying to see if they can stay away at the last climb. Here's Dowd limping in as well after his time off the front with Eric. Like we said,
Quite an
all
aggressive day,
in
too, you know?
effort. Yeah.
Just essentially those last three climbs, it just was on from then to the finish, and just ramped up harder and harder and harder. And yeah, Kevin Bouchard Hall kind of sitting in the pocket and was just so close to that to winning.
All right, sounds like we have our race winner over in our SIS interview room. So let's go over to Emma to grab a word with our race winner, Brad Bickley of the Above and Beyond Cancer team.
Brad, I'm here in the SIS Zoom room with our winner for today, Bradley Bickley. Bradley, talk about this win for me. What does it feel like?
I'm just going to off the top interrupt and say my team rode unbelievable today. Like, to have Travis up the road really let me sit in and not kill myself on some of those early climbs. And then I knew if I was there at the end, it could be, there could be a chance. So yeah, honestly, huge shout out to my team.
The race today was very long and the course profile was difficult. Can you talk about the hardest portions of the course and how you and your team were able to overcome it?
Yeah, I think that climb, the second to last climb there was probably the hardest part of the course, just because I figured that if I was going to get dropped somewhere, I'd be there. And so, like I said before, I think we had Travis up the road at that point. And so I think that neutralized a bit of the pace in the main peloton. And other than that, yeah, just having Matt to take that big pull up the hill and kind of discourage any attacks from some of the other like really strong guys in the race, it really, really helped me and put me in a position where I had a chance to win.
Strong win today, but tomorrow it's a little bit of a shorter course. How are you taking the momentum that you gained today to prepare for tomorrow?
I haven't even thought about tomorrow yet, but I'm excited to get another chance to mix it up, and yeah, it'll be really fun. So yeah, I don't really have no race plan yet.
That's okay. Well, congratulations to you. Enjoy your win. Brad, back to you.
Thank you very much, Emma Watson in our SIS interview room. One race at a time, right, Lauren? You can only focus on one thing at a time, and now Brad can move on to tomorrow's race, getting ready for the crit.
No doubt he has to process today's win, and what a great race for the team, like he said, and giving credit to all the guys helping him out and keeping him in the pocket, and no pressure on him until the end. So yeah, you look at that 3.8 watts per kilo, he definitely had saved a lot today.
Bickley with a 3.84 average watt per kilo, nice and efficient. Ben Thomas crushing it today, 4.63 watts per kilo. What a ride. And then Zach Nair with 4 watts per kilo, ending up in 4th place. A big part of that came from his last effort up the last climb, but pretty close in that first 5 positions. It was a great battle up at the front, and then Harden and Jaeger coming through together after that. But for the GC implications here, what I'm seeing is that Ben Thomas holds on to a pretty comfortable lead. I mean, all the guys that he really had to worry about are in that group that he was with.
Yeah, exactly. And that sprint finish essentially at the end, we couldn't really pick out one winner, could we, until they came across the line? I mean, we have historically seen one come from far away and really take a significant sprint win. But I think that's just a testament of how hard today was.
All right, well, congratulations to Brad Bickley, our Pro Men's Race winner for the Above and Beyond Cancer presented by Bike World team, as he gets ready for the last day of the Walmart Joe Martin Stage Race coming up tomorrow with the 11 a.m. start for our Pro Men. Getting ready for Pro Women coming up next with a scheduled 2 p.m. Eastern start, just inside an hour away from their race start. We're going to take a quick break here. We'll run some ads, and then when we come back, we've got live women's racing in the Echelon Racing League.
Come on, move. Of course, there aren't any spots. A few minutes won't hurt anybody. Thanks, Grandma.
Paralyzed Veterans of America works tirelessly every day to create a more accessible America. Let's leave the accessible spaces to the people who actually need them. Whatever the reason, excuses don't excuse. Join PVA and be part of the solution. Honor the spot.
4 weeks down and just one to go in the Echelon Racing League, as this week the racing goes to Northwest Arkansas for the Walmart Joe Martin Stage Race. After wrapping up our men's race earlier today, it's time for the pro women to take to the course, where we wait to see if yesterday's time trial winner and overall series leader Jackie Godby will be able to add another victory to her Echelon Racing League season, or if the new competitor on the block, Rhea Mobbs, will finally have her day against the juggernaut that is Jackie Godby. It's stage 2 of the virtual Walmart Joe Martin Stage Race with the Mount Sequoia Road Race today. And welcome back. Brad Soner here with Lauren Hall as we get ready to resume racing on what will be the longest day of the season for these riders, Lauren. It has been a tough 4 weeks of racing so far. What is actually 8 weeks with a week in between each of our racing weeks. But now it comes down to one big stage race, 3 days of racing this weekend with the time trial yesterday, the criterium tomorrow. This may be the toughest weekend that they have to face.
No doubt. I mean, if you kind of look back, maybe Iron Horse was a lead into all of this, and then Tour of the Gila was also a long weekend, but definitely with the effort yesterday, and then what we've seen from the men's race earlier today adds up really fast, and especially on the tail end of this race series. It's do or die now.
Let's go back and check in with the time trial yesterday, the Devil's Den State Park time trial. This is a legendary time trial in American cycling. It's uphill, it's short, and it's intense. We watched Jackie Godby and Rhea Mobbs go at it yesterday. Mobbs actually at one point looked like she might have a shot to take Godby racing past midnight in the UK where she was. So I hope she got a good rest last night, and we'll be back for more today. But it was the first time we really saw a competitor for Jackie Godby yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, it was almost down to the last 100 meters that we realized that Godby had it in the bag. It was so close, and I mean, what a fight for Mobbs, and good kudos to her, good result for her. She did get a win 2 weeks ago, so yeah, today's going to be an interesting day for Godby for sure.
Mobbs actually had a faster intermediate split than Godby. You see, she was 5 seconds faster through the intermediate split point, which came about a kilometer before the line. So Mobbs had Godby beat for a majority of the course yesterday, and it was only in those last 600 meters that we saw Jackie Godby move ahead of Rhea Mobbs. So a hard-fought battle yesterday between our two stars at the top of the Echelon Racing League women's field this week into week 5. Jackie Godby, without a doubt, the odds-on favorite, but Mobbs has been coming on strong. So I think she'll be the rider to watch. Absolutely cooked yesterday. I mean, she gave it her all on that time trial. So recovery going to be important today as well, Lauren.
Yeah, just making that turnaround so fast for everybody, essentially. But, again, like we saw in the men's race, hopefully a little bit easier run-in. But that last half of the race is just brutal, and it's just going to be a beast for everybody. It's going to be Godby and Mobbs up the road. I think we've seen that time and time again, and I don't think today's going to be any different.
You can see Godby and Mobbs in a league of their own at 6 watts per kilo, the average on the day. That will only be exacerbated more out there today. Here's the general classification situation coming into the day today. Jackie Godby with 9:39. Rhea Mobbs ends up with a 9:51, and then Mallory McCrosty in third at 11:38. So that's a lot of time for McCrosty to make up in the GC. But again, we still have a day of racing tomorrow. Jackie Godby should be fine there. It's really all about Mobbs. She needs to find a place to try to bring that back. So it'll be interesting to see where she makes that happen. There is a good race happening in the 3rd, 4th, and 5th positions with McCrosty, Miller, and Nelson, all 3 of those together. So it'll be interesting to watch that one as well today. We'll see if Miller and Nelson may be able to try and move up onto the GC podium out there today. It could happen, Lauren. If this is a course with an uphill finish out there, you could absolutely bring back 6 seconds on the line.
Oh, no doubt. And even further down, Erin Ayala, I mean, we've seen her consistently be in 3rd and 4th position. So for her to be a little bit further down today, I think she's going to try and crawl her way back. And I would like to see McCrosty, see what she can do. That's a new name for us. We haven't seen much of her this series.
Take a quick look at our overall standings coming into this one. Jackie Godby with a commanding lead here over Erin Ayala. She has widened her gap just about every week with her consistent participation. Now, you don't see Rhea Mobbs in the top 5 here because she hasn't raced every weekend, so she sits in 10th place overall with 770 points. All right, ready to get underway with our elite women on course as they roll off the line. Perfect timing as Danielle Baker will lead the group out, the Canadian from Project Echelon, rolling away here as our pro women get underway again on the longest day of racing here in the Echelon Racing League on today's stage 2 of the Walmart Joe Martin Stage Race. So, Lauren, we see this situation a lot. It's really just about waiting for Jackie Godby to get to the front, take charge, and then just see who can stay with her.
Essentially, that's how it's been playing out every single weekend, hasn't it? But it's been longer and longer that the peloton sticks with her, and you'd hope every weekend you can extend that distance. But sure, I'm for sure we'll see Mobbs and Godby just break away in a matter of moments.
Keeping the pressure on the front. So as we wait for that to get sorted out, waiting for those first breaks of the day, let's bring in our in real life race director as, this is a man who has put a lot of work into bringing a lot of bike racing to the Joe Martin Stage Race in Northwest Arkansas. Bruce Dunn of All Sports Productions, who is responsible for putting this race on in real life. Bruce, this has got to be a lot easier watching the virtual version out here today.
Oh, absolutely. Although, it's kind of interesting. You start working through these races, and I'm thinking about what was happening at Devil's Den from our staff and our crew and all the setup, and now talking about Mount Sequoia, and that finish is absolutely just punchy in the mouth finish. So it'll be interesting to see if this power climb benefits somebody besides Godby.
I would imagine at this point in real life, you're hustling to get to the finish line, trying to get ahead of the riders. You just started them, and now it's time to rush back up to the line to deal with all the work that you have to do. I'm sure the planning has already started in the work for 2022. I imagine you guys are probably knee-deep in a good bit of work right now.
Yeah, we actually started meeting in November because there was the drip of information that we would finally get Walmart as the title sponsor, and I knew that was going to be next level as far as what we needed to do. And certainly this committee is very seasoned, but it was definitely as we say down here, a come to Jesus moment about, hey, we've got to get this race in order, and everybody's excited. They've been meeting, talking, texting. It's just there's a new life to this group that I'm so proud that we're able to bring Walmart and a lot of the other things that we've always dreamed about to this race. And one of the key things, Walmart signed on because of we've always had a pro women's field. It's a very big push with them. And Lauren, I know we've worked hard to get women's cycling in America to the next level. And I think the Walmart Joe Martin Stage Race is going to elevate women's pro cycling even more.
We're going to have an awesome field this year. It's going to be really exciting to watch that racing. But, Lauren, this has always been a classic. I mean, if you're a pro bike racer in the United States, you raced at the Walmart Joe Martin Stage Race.
No doubt. And on Bruce's point, I feel like USA Cycling kind of leads the way worldwide in safety and equality in racing. So when the Europeans come over here and race, they kind of open their eyes a little bit more to equal prize money. That's also been a big thing for USA Cycling. So Joe Martin is just right there amongst some of the world's best races. So thanks, Bruce, for all your hard work, because I absolutely love this race.
I think we all owe Bruce a big thank you, of course. We thank Walmart for their support as well. And Bruce, Experience Fayetteville, big part of this as well. I know we're going to be talking about them a lot in the Criterium tomorrow, but they've been a great partner in helping bring all this bike racing to Northwest Arkansas.
Yes, and as I mentioned in the press conference on Wednesday, literally the Experience Fayetteville Convention Visitors Bureau was founded a year before Joe Martin Stage Race got on the professional calendar. And they've been a partner this entire time. And then next level with the Cyclocross World Championships. And they're realizing that this is an inflection point in Fayetteville, Northwest Arkansas, and Arkansas in cycling. And the things that are being talked about for the future, it's blowing my mind. And I'm a dreamer, so very excited.
Nice.
Well, thank you for thinking big, Bruce, and congratulations on your recent success with the Walmart Joe Martin stage race. Cannot wait to be there again, May 19th through 22nd this year. Lauren and I will both be there in person, and it's one of the highlights of our year. Looking forward to being back in person together. So thank you very much, Bruce. Thanks for all the hard work, and well, thanks for all you've done for American bike racing. All right, looks like that group of three has separated on the front, not including Rhea Mobbs. It was Ayala and Nelson. Aaron Ayala and Moira Nelson were the two that were hanging with Jackie Godbey there, but looks like Godbey has since said goodbye, and I think Ayala is going to be the last one to try and hang with her here. Love the fight in Aaron Ayala here. It'd be very easy to say, you know what, that's Jackie Godbey. She's going to win anyway. I'm going to get dropped no matter what. I'll just let her go. But Ayala fights back to get on the wheel. That's why we love watching Aaron Ayala race.
Exactly. Like we talked about, week after week, that distance grows more and more for Ayala sticking that wheel. So why not all the way to the finish this week? Who knows? Aaron raced fat bike world championships just recently. Maybe had a little fitness boost from that, a little fresh start to get back on the trainer. But yeah, she loves riding all types of bikes, and including Echelon Racing League. And it is interesting that Mobbs kind of got caught out, huh? I hope she's not having another technical difficulty, but it could be, was it the late TT last night in that effort, or just trying to roll into this a little bit? But, once that gap forms, like we've talked about, that's hard to get back, especially on Godbey. So she's definitely going to need all the help she can get here with this group.
Well, Mobbs recovering back into the main peloton now. You see her in the all-black kit on the right side. Maybe the distance, an issue for Mobbs today. Decided to hang back. Didn't know if she would be able to hang with Godbey for the remainder of these 68 kilometers left for our pro women here. Maybe the climbing, and maybe it was just real life. Maybe the cat puked on the carpet. The mailman showed up. He had to pick up a delivery. Broken water pipe, neighbors having a polka band upstairs. There's a lot of stuff that can go wrong in real life.
Ladies and gentlemen, Brad Soner is on rare form today.
That was just my life this morning.
Oh, okay.
No.
Bless it.
There's Aaron. Nice to see Aaron rocking the Ride Group sweatband on her right band. We saw a lot of those at Cross Worlds this week. Molly Cameron doing a great job with that program. Nice to see the support from Aaron.
Yeah.
Good look at our two leaders here. Nice head-to-head view between Aaron Ayala and Jackie Godbey. Ayala hanging with Godbey. Now, there's absolutely no reason for Aaron Ayala to ever get in front of Jackie Godbey until the end of this race. I mean, Ayala just has to try and hang on. There is no expectation that she would be doing any work if she was in this group. Just try and hang on that wheel as long as you can.
And it looks like she may have found that limit already. Godbey, bless her. She's going to spend a long day out there by herself. But, I mean, hey, if anybody can do it, it's going to be her.
Yeah, Jackie Godbey is preparing for the national and world championships coming up. So as we were talking about earlier in the broadcast, this is about as good a form as these riders are going to get on. So you're not only racing against Jackie Godbey, but you're racing against peak Jackie Godbey, who is like 2 weeks away from her season target. So this is maybe the worst time of the year to come across Jackie Godbey on RGT. But that bodes well for us in the world championships. I think that means we got a good shot at seeing a gold medal come back to the U.S.
That's exactly right. And plus, Godbey also has a little bit of intel, I'd say, on the day, right? Because her partner was just racing 2 hours earlier. So definitely can give her any details that she may need to move forward in this race and be as efficient as possible. So, yeah, she's got everything at her disposal right now to win today.
Well, in addition to our pro women's race happening right now, we also have our para and hand cycling competitions Going in tandem, we always give them the second slot of the day. This is Sander Kuhlman that we're checking in with now at the front of the hand cycling competition. Looks like he's got Andre about 200 meters behind him, and then Mika Art sitting in third position here in the hand cycling competition. But looks like Kuhlman will add another one for the ASC Olympia squad. Kuhlman has by far been our most consistent and strongest hand cycling rider. He rides in the H3 category. Along with Art, you see Andre behind him has a MH4. That's men's H4 for his hand cycling category 4. So they raced together, but scored technically in different categories. So Kuhlman looks like going to hold on for the H3 and overall win. We go back to Andre sitting in second spot at about 250 meters back, cranking up this 10% slope. Climbing is 10 times more difficult on these hand cycles. You're so low to the ground, so much of that weight is shifted towards the back of the bike. It is unbelievable how difficult it is to get these machines up and over the hill. But Kuhlman and Andre showing us how it's done right now.
Right, and you can tell that effort looking at their heart rate. Power and cadence is just a beast of an effort right now.
Yeah, so much of this just comes down to your maximum heart rate. You will push the limit at some point on the climbs today. Again, on a 10% gradient to the top. Go back to Holly Koester, racing for the Paralyzed Veterans of America team. Sitting in fourth position with about 3.5K to go. Jarosky a little further back in the H4 competition. Then over in our paracycling competition, looks like Joe Bernier still there. We'll see if we get the patented Joe Bernier TV wave. It takes a little bit before the feed catches up to the riders watching at home. Joe, a multi-time Paralympic gold medalist, and now joining us here in the Echelon Racing League, getting some training in.
He's kind of a big deal, Brad.
There we go. Thank you very much, Joe. Best part of my day is seeing Joe Bernier wave on the live stream.
Such a crowd pleaser.
Kuhlman, meanwhile, about to hit the top of the climb. You can see elevation profile, top right corner. You'll notice that they've also added the TSS score, Lauren. This is a thing that, another thing that bike racers use that I don't understand, along with the weird sounds that they use to describe the course. They also talk about their TSS scores after a hard ride, which when they were talking about these numbers like 3, 3.5, 4, I thought they were talking about their ACT score. That's what I got. And so it turns out it's a different thing. And in some way, it measures how hard the effort is. Is that the best way to describe it? It's sort of an overall score for how hard your ride was?
Yeah, something like that. I'm not going to jump too deep off into it because I'm an athlete, not a coach. So I let my coach deal with all that. Yeah, it's a measurement of your effort for the time and distance and intensity, essentially. So yeah, that's as far as I'm going to go with that before I just start lying, telling you stories that I don't know anything about. So.
Good look at Kuhlman's setup here in the upper left corner. As we go back to Mika Art up next.
Now that's a nice pain cave.
Got the old, what are those called? P-50s, I think, or P-51, the Spitfire plane behind him.
Where does this wealth of knowledge come from, Brad Zoner?
I just Googled it. I may be wrong. I'm not an aviation expert, but
okay.
Might be close.
Oh.
Marcus Drosky. Looks like he's in a bunker of some sort going here. I think he's got the military scrim going up on his right-hand side. It's cool.
That is cool. He is laser focused, Brad.
I'm probably watching the power, keeping an eye on making sure that you just stay within that zone, know exactly where you are. This guy's crushing it. Drosky is a monster.
Well, that 8% gradient right now. Holy moly.
He's rolling right over it like it's nothing. Look at the cadence. Brilliant. Lauren, I regret to inform you my jet guess was wrong. It's the P-51 Mustang, not the P-51 Spitfire. Thank you very much to the anonymous flight geek on Twitter.
There you go.
Keeping me updated.
It's good.
It was a good guess, though. I was close. I got the 51 right. I knew there was a plane called the P-51, and they look pretty similar to me. I'm sure the aviation community would. That's like saying a time trial bike and a downhill mountain bike look the same to them, I'm sure. The Mustang and the Spitfire? Are you kidding me?
Dude, yeah, what are you even talking about? Do you even look at airplanes?
Drosky back into the red here. Long uphill grade on this section. Now, these riders do a different course than our pro men's and pro women's field. A little bit shorter, a little bit punchier for the pair and hand cyclist riders. You can see they spend much, much more time climbing here. This is sort of like the time trial course from yesterday.
Bless it, and you can see how hard that effort is on Kuman's face. Just like, man, that 6% gradient just beats you up.
Kuman in his last 300 meters to the line. You know, I don't see a camelback on Kuman. I don't see a hose to drink. We saw a lot of the hand cyclists that will use a hydration pack or a hydration bladder, either behind them and underneath them, but I don't see that with Kuman, so not sure if he's taking a hand off to grab a bottle or how he's fueling up, but whatever he did, it worked today because he's about to add another victory to his Echelon Racing League resume as Sander Kuman wins another hand cycling competition here on stage 2. And man, that's got to feel good. There you go.
There you go, right on cue. Nice support crew.
It's amazing how deep you go on these trainers. I love watching the riders and the moments right after you finish. That seems like the worst. I mean, it seems like it hurts worse right after you stop than it does like right before you stop.
Yeah, right. It's almost like just keep going a little bit and you kind of like downgrading or down gearing or something like that. But yeah, then at the same time you just want to stop it. It's just like, let me be for a second. Don't look at me. Turn away.
Not to get too graphic, but we've also seen some body fluids come back up after some hard efforts. I don't want to.
Nope. Don't even go there. I'm enjoying my coffee this morning. Don't do that.
It does happen every once in a while on the trainer. Back up to the front, Jackie Godby at 1.13 kilometers up already over Moira Nelson and Krista Miller back into third spot. Go back to Baker and Ayala in 4 and 5, but welcome back to the Jackie Godby Show.
And Mobs is nowhere to be found. I'm kind of surprised by that. So I hope she's feeling okay, or I don't know. She's pretty far down now. Yeah, maybe it was just too much last night to turn around and do it again today. But this is where Erin, I would say, knows best. She's very familiar with this place, and so I think if she can gather herself after being dropped from Godby and kind of get some sort of recovery after this hill, she'll regroup with this group, and I have no doubt that she'll be in the top 3 today.
Yeah, as long as you're within a few seconds up and over the climb, there's plenty of time on this course to get back on, to get up and over. So no concern for Ayala here. With just a little gap, they're on their way back down right now, I think, and she should be able to get in here just fine. So Ayala, 6 rider on course. This is 8, 9, and 10. Dorer is stuck in the gap between them. Actually, Dorer might be up there in 7th. And then back to Brenna Nelson in 10th here. Brenna also has Emma O'Toole with her, about 20 meters back. And then a big gap back to the next group on the road, which includes Rhea Mobbs, Cheyenne Noble, and Holly Larson in 12, 13, and 14. Nelson still trying to catch back up to this group. There's O'Toole making it back on. Back to Rhea Mobbs, Cheyenne Noble, and Holly Larson here. I think this...
Again, it's just surprising for her to be that far down. Just not today.
Yeah, every rider has their course, and I think Mobbs liked the short format of the time trial yesterday. She could really attack that hill, attack on the way up, but I guess part of being a pro cyclist is knowing your strengths and weaknesses as well. Could have had an early dropout. She may have just missed the start, had trouble connecting from the start line, and then had to chase back on. So technicals do happen. You ever have like a flat tire rolling out of the neutral section or anything like that? I mean, it happens. It's a bummer of a way to start it.
I've got some stories to tell you about the neutral for sure. One example, Andrea Dvorak, we're at Tour of Flanders rolling out in the neutral, and she comes up to me and says that her radio isn't working. And I'm like, I don't know what you want me to do about it. This is what neutral is for. Just go to the team car right now. And I had a couple of not so nice choice words for her to do that ASAP. And she still hangs that one over my head today. But it's pretty comical, some of the stuff that does happen in the neutral when you're just like, you had been riding your bike for 15 minutes prior to the start, and all of a sudden something just explodes. And it's just like, what happened? Did your bike and did your equipment know that you were just now starting a race that you really want to do well at? Like, come on, just bad luck.
Seems to follow some people in the sport, doesn't it, sometimes?
Oh, it definitely follows Andrea Dvorak. She was one of the most nervous racers out there. She would get her bike, it would be in perfect conditions, and it would be something like national championships, and she would insist that there's something wrong. And so the mechanic would essentially grab her bike, go behind the van, not do anything, bring it back, and be like, oh yeah, it's fixed now, check it out and try it. And we all knew she just was so nervous and such a good racer. She just was in her own head. She just needed that reassurance that everything was going to be okay. And guess what? Bike was fine. Yeah. So yeah, these things definitely happen sometimes to specific riders for a reason.
I don't want to jinx Godby here, but it has not happened to Godby yet, partially because I think of her extensive preparation in the hours before the competition. I think this maybe comes from the triathlete background, because there's so much prep that goes into doing a triathlon, getting the nutrition prepared, getting the gear set up, making sure you know your race day plan, how you're going to get there, where you're going to park, all that stuff, because it's so much more complicated than just a bike race when you're doing a tri. So I wonder if her background plays into that preparation, because she's always there early. She's always ready to race. Like, she always seems very calm when she gets on the bike. And I'm sure a lot of that comes to the work that she does off camera as well.
No, there's no doubt, Brad. I've been a participant in one relay triathlon in Lake Placid, and to see the setup that they have in transition, they know which shoe they're going to put on first. They have the shoelaces ready. They have the running belt with their number. It's unbelievable. Like you said, the details that goes into that. So yeah, that definitely filters over into e-racing for her. Like you said, computer, bike setup, fan, towel, nutrition, support right there. Even, hanging up the New Jersey, just right there so you can see what's going on in her life. And yeah, all that plays into an account to being a successful bike racer.
Little look off the front of the chase group for Moira Nelson here, opening up about 25 meters. Remember, Nelson was with Ayala and Godby earlier, but looks like Field going to reel this one back in. And I think Nelson going to be happy to ride in a group here. Godby going up to 1.7K up the road from this group, but this is the real action today. This is where the racing is going to happen. It'll be with these five, with Miller, Baker, Nelson, McCrosty, and Ayala. You see Moira Nelson from the Faster Cyclist team. Teammates with Rhea Mobbs and Brenna Nelson on that squad as well. Laura Perry and Dominika Jimnicki, they're Canadians. Then Iska Kurent, a pickup from the Echelon Racing League Community League, signing on to that Faster Cyclist team. They had a sort of community draft at the beginning of the season where the pro teams were able to select riders from the Community League to race with them in the pro ranks, and Iska Kurent was one of those riders that got called up with the Faster Cyclist team. Beast Mode, presented by Rose, has a stacked roster as well. Kim Miller is the rider in the breakaway here, but she starts the day with Lisa Krom, Sarah Carolus, Cindy Friebel, and Eva Maria Dorer on that all-German Beast Mode, presented by Rose squad. Go over to Aaron Ayala up next. And then Mallory McCrosty with a couple teammates on the start line as well. Emma O'Toole, we talked about. Eleanor Wiseman, the recent, I think, Belgian national champion. And then Victoria Janssen and Dylan Baker on that squad as well. And then Velocity Vixen with, should be 4, including Aaron Ayala, Bonacisi, Larson, and Noble joining that squad as well. There she is.
Thinking about the in real life Joe Martin stage race that is also so nice is the host families. I've essentially made a second family by going back to this race so many years, and we would stay in the exact same host house in this neighborhood, and it was almost like a block party every time we would go back, and kind of like a homecoming. And it was so good to see these families, and that's kind of the consensus for USA Cycling, isn't it? Host housing is such a big part of our cycling community, and you watch kids grow up and they want to ride bikes with you, and it's always fun to have that community everywhere you go into these different locations of bike racing. It's unbelievable.
It's a uniquely American part of the sport. I know it's not unheard of to do host housing in Europe, but that's something that I think a lot of riders have come to embrace in American bike racing. Good chance to sort of connect with the community that you're racing in. You don't get a lot of chance to see it when you're out racing, right? It would be very easy to let all this stuff pass you by. You go to a place to race your bike, but a lot of times all you see is the airport and the hotel and the course and then the hotel again. So the host housing is a good way to sort of get some flavor of where you're racing.
It's essentially getting put right into the community and getting that sense of what it is that brings people to that area. And it just connects you with the race a bit more than just results or showing up and putting on a show. Essentially, it's like I said, it's some lifelong friendships and bonds that I've created, and I'm very thankful for.
I know we had a wedding out at the Redlands Bicycle Classic that stemmed from a host housing arrangement.
I've never been a part of a wedding, but that's really interesting.
I got my start in bike racing from hosting Tina Pick in my house when I was 13 years old. That was my first taste of criterium racing. I'd never seen a professional bike race before, and we hosted the Autotrader.com team at the house. And not only did Tina stay with us, but she ended up winning the race, the Wendy's International Cycling Classic in Columbus, Ohio. So I was pretty psyched to have my rider winning, and here I am 17 years later, still hoping my rider wins.
Isn't that beautiful? I mean, it kind of goes both ways. Is the host family helps out cyclists, and then in turn, you never know who you're inspiring as an athlete. So I think that's a great story, Brad. That's something that I did know about you, but had forgotten. So thanks for bringing that back up.
You said inspired as an athlete. I want to be very clear. I am not an athlete, and I will never be mistaken for an athlete by anyone. But I was inspired to work in the sport of cycling because I did fall in love with it.
And we're very thankful that you're in this space.
Getting a look at some of the riders in our chase group. Real race on the course right now. See Ayala up in the top left. McCrosty on the bottom. And I think that's Baker up in the top right. Actually, I think that's Kim Miller.
Oh, there's a puppy dog in the background.
Definitely, yeah. That is Kim Miller. A little pet for the doggo. There you go. And I remember seeing this earlier because we determined that was a poster of Kailua Kona on her wall. So must have done a vacation or something out to Hawaii. There you go.
Oh.
There's the dogs. Great job behind the scenes, crew.
Thanks, guys.
Straight chilling. They're looking pretty good there.
No big deal for them. Just another day. Mom, when do we get to go outside?
Mom's on the trainer again.
We'll have to get names later when she's done racing her bike.
I hope they already got dinner. It is just past 8:30 right now in Germany, or 16:30 as they would call it. No, wait, 20:30.
We're deep in the throes of racing right now. We can only focus on one thing at a time.
The important thing is I got it right eventually.
Yep.
I used all my brain cells storing the memories of the planes. I didn't leave any room for the math. That's the problem. There's only so
you
much
didn't
room
get the
up
plane
there.
right.
You know, trying is my thing, Lauren. I just try my best.
Well, hey, that's all we can ask, Brad, because I've called the entire men's race wrong all morning. So, we're just trying our best, guys, out here. We're ever learning, ever evolving.
Godby Gar on the gap up to 2.23K up the road. This is going to be a nice gap for her by the time we get to the end of this one. Again, Jackie Godby's in training mode right now. I mean, this isn't a race for her. She doesn't really need to worry about the action. This will be a prescribed workout, I think, where you may try and hit some numbers. You may try and hit some training zones. It's really just about putting her body in the place that it needs to be for the next hour or so, with about 36 minutes of racing elapsed. Lauren, now you know how it felt to be me while you were racing on United Healthcare, when you guys would show up to a bike race and we would watch you just dismantle the field week after week after week. It's kind of like watching
we didn't
Jack
ride
Godby
away
every week.
No. We didn't do that. We made it way more dynamic. Come on.
Well, we all knew you were going to win, so for us, it was not quite as exciting.
No. Well, I was just trying to make your job easier is all.
You did do that. Don't forget Esports National Championships coming up on February 20th here on RGT. You're going to want to learn the platform before you race nationals. They do have both pro and age group categories. You can sign up on usacycling.org. It is free to race on RGT. There is a small entry fee, I think $10 to race the virtual national championships to handle some of the administrative costs behind the scenes. But if you want your shot to race for a Stars and Stripes jersey, check out usacycling.org and sign up for the 2022 USA Cycling Esports National Championships. This will be the first one for us here in the United States. Took a while to work out all the rules and how that was going to go. You got to work out stuff with the UCI, all that stuff going on in Switzerland. But it's really exciting to see virtual racing continue to make strides, even as we got back to in real life racing. It's nice to see that some of the virtual racing has still survived.
It'll be interesting to see what course they use, unless it's already published. I don't know, but national championships can definitely mix things up as it always has in real life. It's always been such a different race. It just plays out different. Everybody races slightly different, but I'm just curious of the actual course itself.
They actually did announce it's a worthy course, one that we had in the Echelon Racing League earlier in the season at the Iron Horse Bicycle Classic. So they're going to use that course. They'll use that parcours to determine the national champion, which I think will be a fair course. We'll have a worthy winner at the end of that one.
No doubt. That was a fun race to announce, and it did shake things up a little bit, even though for Godby it didn't really change too much, but it did put it under some pressure when we were announcing that race. So yeah, that'll be a good weekend of racing.
Nelson into the red zone back here in the chase group, keeping them on their toes. Again, it would be really easy to ride with this group and say, all right, we're just going to chill until we get to the line. The separation has been made. Godby's not coming back, but this group keeping the gas on. I like it. See Mallory McCrosty poking her nose out into the wind. McCrosty in her new pain cave after moving across the country from Washington, D.C. to Tucson. They were blown away by the size of their new apartment and this thing called a 2-car garage that apparently is not super popular in DC. So they're enjoying all the new space of Tucson. Looks like they got the training set up in the other spot in the garage.
Got that nice Argon 18 TT bike set up right there. Yeah, that's a good spot to be in.
I think the Midwest or Western United States riders have a big advantage in terms of the space. Like if you're a New York City rider or a Washington, D.C. based rider and space is at a premium, you probably don't have that spare office or garage or basement where you can go race and, you know, get that stuff out of the way. So a lot of riders have this set up sometimes right in the middle of the living room, and
right?
It takes so much,
yeah,
and you're doing it so often. You can't. It's not like you can dismantle the thing and put it away. It doesn't fold up into the closet. So a lot of riders just leave it set up right there in the middle of the house.
Just a piece of your furniture now.
Right. Exactly.
Common theme here in the Zoom room is look at the amount of bottles everybody has. 2, 3. This is today is a hard day and a long day.
Today, I would guess it would also be easy to forget to eat and drink. A race this long, if you don't like to eat and drink on the bike, like some people just don't have that natural inclination to, to always be eating or drinking on the bike. It would be easy to bonk on a day like this.
Yeah, especially on the trainer after like 30 or 45 minutes, I've definitely hit some low spots, and you're like, where did that come from? And it's just because you're so efficient on the trainer and there's no coasting. Normally you can go hour and a half before you kind of take on food or have the desire to take on food, but the trainer definitely exacerbates that. I don't know what it is. I'm guessing it's just that you're constantly pushing. So that is a very important factor that you bring up, Brad, is something that you have to stay on top of. And we've seen the gummies or coffee or the SIS that everybody's been so kind to show us this morning. You have to have it there and ready and in your face to remind you to consume some calories while you're out here racing.
I know a lot of riders in real life would stick the chews on the top tube of the bike. I think that's another triathlete thing too that they do, but just keep it front and center there. It's kind of like the encouragement or mile markers on your stem. If you would put tape, it's just a reminder to say, make sure you know what's coming up. Make sure you're keeping this on top of your mind.
I've also seen and heard that you can set your computer to beep every however often you want to.
That sounds terribly annoying.
You would hear it going off in the Peloton, or you hear it going off in training. You're like, come on, man! Like, don't you guys know when to eat and drink? At this point, you're a professional. But again, like so much goes on in racing, and you get so nervous and focused on the race, or what's going on up the road that you can. It's super easy to forget.
That seems like a slippery slope towards a Pavlovian response anytime you hear a Garmin beep. You instinctually hit a gel if you train on that for too long. And a mix of bottles as well. You want to have probably a couple with sport mix in there, electrolyte, sugar, caffeine, that kind of stuff, and then some just plain water as well. So that would also explain the multiple bottles on a ride this long. You would almost definitely be drinking at least one drink mix and then probably a regular bottle of water as well.
Yeah, again, just for the taste factor, just to like consumption. I'm not that big of a fan of just drinking water plain, especially if it's cold out or if I'm on the trainer. So just having a little flavor just helps it, makes it more appealing.
Whole field going into the red on the climb here. Up and over. And then working their way down. You saw everybody out of the saddle there for a while. And you can now see McCrosty on the bottom of your screen powering on the way down. Just going to ride down the descent here.
Brad, let me tell you the commitment of McCrosty, because it's absolutely gorgeous day outside today in Tucson. So to be indoors riding the trainer is true commitment. I commend you. It's for me, it wouldn't be easy to be able to do that knowing how nice it is outside right now.
Maybe not so much for Aaron Ayala in the Midwest. I'm not sure what the weather is like in Germany right now, but I'm going to guess it's nothing like Tucson.
This is probably true. It looks like McCrosty and Miller are kind of making a bit of separation over here. This could just be the longevity of some of these efforts and leftovers from Nelson trying to hang with Godby in the beginning of the race. You know, she's still probably not totally recovered, and I don't know that she will be recovered. You kind of want to, it would be nice to keep it all together with this group because it's still got a long ways to race today.
Well, Miller at least keeping things interesting. That's her in the upper left corner of the bottom right picture on your screen right now. You see 3 riders in that SIS rider camera room with Mallory McCrosty at the bottom, Aaron Ayala top right, and Kim Miller top left. I wonder why now for Miller. And McCrosty going to go over the top of her now. It's getting interesting at the front of this one. So what was 5 becoming 2 and 3 now?
Just finally settling in on the trainer. Sometimes it takes a long time to open up your legs and get just rolling into this course. So maybe that's just what it is.
Baker and Nelson doing a nice job of keeping this move in check. You see Baker in the red zone. Just about to shut it down. Looks like she's
and just to
bring
catch them
Nelson
off guard
with her.
like that,
Yep.
you know, just again, I don't know what the intention is either, but maybe, like I said, she's just feeling a little bit better than the beginning of the race, and just to catch them off guard, and it kind of wakes everybody up, like, oh hey, yeah, let's keep this rolling, let's stick together. I got to keep my head about me.
And now they're going to go again. Looks like Ayala countered it.
See McCrosty down there taking in some gel or some sort of food product like we were just talking about.
Just what you want to do after a hard effort, right? Just after you chase down a gap.
Yeah. Almost an hour in, you got 43K to go. Yeah, you have to, at some point, you just got to take it in whenever you can. Just, if there's a slight lull, this is probably it. Erin's on to her next bottle.
Krusty got interrupted on her snack break. Looks like she's hitting the SIS too. A lot of riders prefer those SIS gels because they have a little bit of water in them, makes it a little easier to for your body to process. For riders that have problems with digesting those nutrition products, SIS seems to be one that most riders can handle.
Yeah, this is true. We were sponsored by them on the national team a couple years ago. That was been more than a couple of years ago that I was on the team. But yeah, it just is easier to digest. It's easier on the body, easier on the stomach. Yeah, it's a good product.
Miller checking the phone, looking for a little info. I'm looking at the cadence of these riders as well. Very similar across all three of them. Miller stretching out the back a little bit. Which again, I would imagine would be maybe a common issue when you spend that much time on the trainer, these long days in the saddle. We had a blast earlier in our men's pro race, learning a little bit about the history of the Joe Martin stage race, as our race director Bruce Dunn had a chance to catch up with Nancy Martin, the wife of race founder Joe Martin.
So Cat, Cat won. That's a big deal, and so we talked about Tour of Texas, and some people on the during this interview are going to know all about it. But I think that's pretty important because, I mean, you were doing things back in the late 70s, and Texas was certainly right in the middle of, all things cycling. And so just talk a little bit about what y'all used to do.
Well, we had a good friend too, Fred Karcher, who still lives in Norman, and he had a bike shop down in Norman, and it was wild. I mean, it was just everyone crazy hung out there. In fact, they took me on my first 100-mile ride, and they kept saying, "Oh, it's just a little bit further. It's a little bit further." Yeah. But anyway, so Joe was dedicated to cycling. He took to it. He loved it, and he had that body type, that long, slow twitch muscle. There's a certain body type that and I think that's why I was just successful with it. So a friend of ours, Richard Garma, who actually was from Tulsa, was living in Austin. And he started this whole, I don't even know how Richard got into it, honestly, but and that would be a great interview, as I told you. He started what he called the Tour of Texas. Well, everyone who, back then, nobody had any money, so everybody would go down to Texas in the spring and train. And then he would have weekly criteriums and weekly races. And the weather was just, phenomenal then. And it was, the hill country to train on. And then the end of the month, he would have a big race down 6th Street.
Oh, in Austin.
And yeah. And so, everybody who was into cycling tried to get down there and train. So, I mean, Joe would go down there earlier, and then, I'd come later. And then after I have kids, I had to haul them down there. And, it was just a huge, cycling scene. And it always had the weather.
Yeah. Well, one of the things when we were getting ready for this interview, you told me about in the early days trying to get information, and that, what Joe was doing and what y'all were doing in the library. So a couple things, what you did, as far as trying to get information out of Europe. If you'll talk a little bit about that, hopefully no one from the Fayetteville Public Library System.
No, Norman, no, OU Library.
Norman. Okay.
OU
So
Library.
hopefully no one from Norman, but talk a little bit about that.
Well, the only thing that was available was Velo News, which is still around. And I told you, I wrote for Velo News. They paid me $10 an article, and I'm no writer.
That's great.
So, but that was it. I mean, there was nothing else, no TV, no video, no internet. I mean, I sound like an old person, but I mean, you even remember that. I mean, so there was this magazine. I don't even know how Joe knew it was there, but we figured there was one professor who's into cycling. And so he ordered Cyclism. And so at the time, Joe's sister worked in our work study deal was we worked in the back of the libraries. She worked in periodicals, and I worked stamping and pasting. So we knew that Cyclism was in the library, but they had we knew that since I did stamping and pasting, I knew the back of every 17th page had a stamp on it, and that's how they knew it was theirs, because there was no electronics when you walk through.
Yeah.
So we would put the Cyclism magazines under our shirts and go out and borrow it, and it was all in French. And like I said, we took it back. No, we take them back after a while. But Joe would study the photographs and study those old, Eddie Merckx and Figueroa and, all the greats, Bernard Hinault, and, they were all riding then. And so he would look at how they were positioned on their bike. And I could read a little bit of French to kind of get us. In fact, Joe took French in college, and I did his homework, and I told him, his teacher, I went to her and said, you got to pass him. I can't do his homework anymore. I'm so tired of doing his homework. But so anyway, so we, that's how he started, but he studied everything. I mean, like I told you, this book called Cycling, it's in shreds. And I don't even know if you can see it. And
Oh,
it,
yeah. Look at
and
that.
it's the Bible. I mean, it talks about everything, and it has, you know, the frames, how they're put together. I mean, it's all the geometry of it, you know, and just, you know, he studied it.
Imagine if Joe knew that 30 years later we'd be having a virtual bike race in his name.
That's pretty cool to be a student of the craft of cycling.
Well, the more things change, I guess the more they stay the same. We're just on different platforms and different mediums now. Instead of waiting on the latest Velo news, you're waiting on the latest blog post from Cycling Tips or whatever the popular site is now.
It's true.
We're giving away an NFT in the Echelon Racing League. Can you believe that? Our overall winners of our men's and women's competition in this year's Echelon Racing League will be receiving virtual trophies to add to their NFT collections.
I think that's just the evolution of the sport, isn't it? I mean, just staying up with the times, and here we are. I mean, who would have thought that you'd be having a computer monitoring your heart rate and your power, you know, back in those days that she was talking about. So, yeah, NFT, why not?
There's your Season 2 NFT trophy as minted by RGT in the Echelon Racing League. So you can keep that, you can trade it, you can let it accumulate value, or like all your other trophies, you can just show it off to your friends. That's what it's really about, right? It's about bragging points. Things falling apart in group number 2. Ulay and Carolus got some space in between them. Looks like McCrosty and Miller have gone clear. So Ulay, Carolus, Nelson going to get onto this wheel. And then Dorr is back there as well. There's Dorr's shadow just coming into view. So I think Ulay is the rider that left this group behind, went on the attack. Seems like the other 3 are happy to sit in and ride together as Kate Ulay goes into 7th spot. Takes some real guts to leave a group like that. Not a lot waiting for Ulay up the road. She's 1.5 kilometers away from the next group, so I don't think this is a bridge attempt. I think she's just attacking the riders that she's with. This is awesome.
Yeah, sometimes you're back there and it's it can become mind-numbing if it's going I don't want to say too easy, but maybe too easy specifically for her right now. So sometimes you just kind of start riding on the front your pace, and you can ride some of these people off your wheel unbeknownst to you, but just because you're more focused on going up the road and just putting out this specific power, or, you know, whatever it could be. Or, I mean, yeah, she could have attacked them too. But yeah, it's maybe she's starting to feel a little bit better than she was at the beginning of the race, Brad.
Yeah, sometimes it takes a little while to warm up. Coming up on an hour into this one, about 58.5 minutes since they left the line. And 37K to go for the front group. That means Godby is going to be at about 34, 35K to go, because her gap is approaching 3 kilometers back to Miller, Baker, and Nelson.
It's crazy the difference her pace and her lead than everybody else. It's pretty astounding and pretty amazing. I mean, that's she is a good athlete and second-year RGT, so yeah, it's pretty amazing for her to be that far up the road.
Meanwhile, on the right side of your screen, that group keeping Ulay in sight at 60 meters ahead, so not a lot. And then Chase Group, the race for second on the left side, sticking together. Nice tempo going here. Looks like they got the rhythm figured out. You can see how smooth this group is, and no changing positions up there. That tells me that they've pretty much locked into the wattage, and they're going to be comfortable staying there. You see that power profile in the upper left? It's not moving a whole lot. I mean, there's a lot of ups and downs, but it's not a wide range.
The rhythm is gonna get you. I'm just continuing the theme of Oozborn.
Yep. Yeah, we had a Discord rendition of Bohemian Rhapsody earlier. We should get Bruce back on and maybe try and do our own little harmony here over the show. A 3-part harmony.
Veto that.
Okay, I think that's best.
I'll leave that to you guys.
Coming up on the halfway mark, you see a couple hills coming up for these riders. Bottom of the screen, got a few lumps in the road. Looks like Godby has already conquered those. And the group that we're with right now, being led by Kim Miller, is about to hit them. So Miller, Nelson, Baker, Ayala, and McCrosty coming up on the halfway marker. That's that white arch up ahead. So 36K down and 36K to go in this group. Jackie Godby stays on the front with just over 3 kilometers ahead as she marches her way back to the finish. And these riders continue to tap out the tempo here. All right, we're going to take a quick break here as we go past the halfway mark in our elite women's race. We'll have more live racing action after this from the Echelon Racing League.
When you get here and you walk around a little bit and you go around the square, and if you don't feel it, if it doesn't come from the sidewalk and pass through your body, then you're not going to get it. You get it though. Most people get it. They feel it. That's kind of how Fayetteville is.
There's definitely a Fayetteville attitude and a Fayetteville flair to every restaurant that opens up. I can't put my finger on it. It's just when I'm in there, I know that I'm in Fayetteville.
Restaurants in Fayetteville have their own little identity, and the main thing that we always like to say is that it's a space for everyone as soon as you walk in the door. I think that's what makes Fayetteville Fayetteville, making people feel like they can be wherever and be who they are.
The diversity and the variety that you can get in Fayetteville, I think, is unmatched for as far as culinary goes, especially in Arkansas. You can go a block away and be in a completely different kind of culinary zone or a different part of the world even.
And you open up the doors of these establishments, these businesses that you walk in and you go, wow, this is amazing. I mean, do you want a great burger? Do you want to have a fine dining experience? A farm-to-table restaurant? Do you want Thai? And what would you like? I mean, because Fayetteville serves that up.
What they'll find in the restaurants here is personality, is an invested interest. They're going to find an owner that's most likely there, serving the food, willing to talk to you. So what is the vibe? The vibe here is real. And I think that just kind of gives it some more flavor.
Jackie Godby at the front of the Walmart Joe Martin stage race. Stage number 2 today, the Mount Sequoia Road Race, as Godby has put her mark on this one today, going now 4 kilometers up on her nearest competitor. That's Kristen Miller in second spot. So this is really a race about second and third today, as Godby looks like she will ride her way to another solo victory here in the Echelon Racing League. So as she taps out the tempo up at the front, this is the battle happening behind her. Second, third, fourth, fifth, and sixth place all together in this group, being led by Danielle Baker here, the Canadian. But few Americans in here, including Nelson, McCrosty, and Ayala. As we pick up
Brad, like we've talked
Aaron
about,
Ayala down on the ground. Yeah.
A very familiar spot for Ayala, so I'd say she's pretty comfortable here and just consistent this entire season, essentially. I mean, she's dominant in this position. It's good to see her be up there at the front with Godby as long as she can, and then she doesn't make it, and then she gets back in here and she regains her herself and her composure, and here she is, going for the podium again. And looking at Godby up the road, man, if she is not riding straight into Worlds, I don't know who is. Like, it's going to be an amazing race for her in a couple weeks, next weekend essentially, and for Worlds, it's great to see her on such top form.
And when we say Godby is one of the best in the world, we really mean it. And we know that because she races against those riders that she's going to race in the World Championships throughout the year. I mean, we see those matchups in races like the Echelon Racing League, whether it's on Zwift, whether it's on another platform. There's a lot of different race series that a lot of these riders will be a part of. So Godby has been pretty much undefeated in those. I mean, she's faced European riders, she's faced Central American riders. Pretty much everyone from around the world has come to take their shot at Jackie Godby, and no one's been able to do it yet. So the World Championships looking even better. She did okay last year, had a top 10 ride at Worlds last year, which was not good enough for Godby. And knowing the way that Godby rides and her standard of excellence, I would say she's probably, it wasn't good enough for her either. And she probably spent the better part of the last year figuring out how to improve on that. One of the few people in the world where a top 10 at the World Championships isn't good enough. I would be pumped just to go to the World Championships.
Right. I'm definitely in the same thinking as you are, but when you get to Worlds, it brings a whole different caliber of racing, and then she's up against athletes that are right beside her. She's used to being off the front by herself, maybe with one other, and so you start adding 5 or 6 people that are matching your effort, and all of a sudden it's a new space for her. So knowing that from last year going into this year, I would think that she's a little bit more prepared for it mentally, and can handle that situation a little bit better. So I think she'll only move up in the standings this year at Worlds.
Notice Godby even perfecting the corners. I noticed that she's been coasting and letting off the gas through these corners. I mean, even when she's alone with a 4-kilometer lead, she's still getting better at the game every chance she has. And I say that because that's so important on RGT, where you have to let off the gas into the corner and then get back on the gas at just the right time. Like there's a cutoff in the apex where you have to really understand how the game works. And Godby is still practicing that. I love it.
Always hone the craft. There's always something to work on, even when you're so many kilometers up the road and winning by a ton. There's, that's the mark of a true athlete, and always kind of keeping your head in the game and not being too good for your own good. So too good for yourself, I guess I should say. So you can always learn something even when you're the best.
All right, looks like Ayala going to get back into this group and hit the reset button there. Let's go back over to Bruce and have a little more story time with Bruce and Nancy.
The one thing I get from it is passion and lifestyle. Unfortunately, Nancy, I didn't know, I had not gotten into cycling And so the only way I knew Joe is, remember, I had the clothing store.
Yes, and he was a clothes horse.
Yeah, Blackwood Martin Associates was right behind the clothing
Right.
store. And every once in a while, this tall, lean guy would come in, always super focused, and he would just look around a little bit and then jump back out. But the stories about Joe and how hardcore he was with, if you weren't a Cat 1, you might as well just, hang on. But at the same time, he helped so many young people. So
He did. And he enjoyed doing it. And Eugene Sargent, who is an artist in town there and is just a wonderful person. I mean, I've known Eugene since he was 14, and he's done a bunch of stuff in Wilson Park, and he's just genius.
Yeah.
He built wheels for us. He'd be out there in the bike shop truing up wheels, and he rode. But no, I mean, he always wanted to help somebody, that wanted to get into cycling and all that,
So tell me, as we kind of segue, tell me a little bit about how you decided to start a race, because you and Joe were right there from, the beginning of doing this. And so talk about what the precursor to the Joe Martin stage race was, the Arkansas Spring Classic, correct?
Yes. And we had Tulsa was a big cycling town. I don't know if it still is, but it was a big cycling town.
Blown up.
And we would go to races in Tulsa all the time. And so when we moved to Fayetteville, they had that one race. And I don't even know, honestly, I have no idea why Joe wanted to why he did that. Through the years, I think some people felt that wasn't right and he shouldn't have taken it over. I mean, I remember reading some stuff about that, but I think it's a testament today that you still use basically the same idea and course. I mean, he understood, and it was challenging, I mean, I don't even know how it was sort of like, I'm going to do this. And then, you're going to help me do it. And I'm like, okay. And that's kind of what we did. We went out and tried to get sponsors. I mean, the first group of people we went to was Paul Lewis at downtown Fayetteville.
Yeah, and Lewis family's been here forever, and
ever.
Everything.
And this was even before John Lewis, the banker who everyone loved, got into it. We went into Paul Lewis up at downtown Fayetteville, and we went into his office. It was in Campbell Bell, the old department store. And you walk up on the second floor, and you went past all these amazing hardwood floors and tuxedos and glass cases, and we just explained to him what we want to do around the square, and he's like, okay, we'll do it. And then he took us down to First National, and we were in the room, and he told the boys at First National, we're going to do this. And we said, I mean, we couldn't believe it, because he just said, we're going to do this. And he gave us the money, and we said, okay.
That's one way to put on a bike race.
Nancy
Slightly
has
more
such good energy
complicated these days. Yeah, I love it. Well, that was kind of how the Echelon Racing League came to be. We said, we're going to have some virtual races, and then we just did. Eric Hill and Frank Cundiff have done a great job building their league over the last couple of years. As we go back to Ram Mobbs, the faster cyclist rider, on a steep 7% gradient right now.
Yeah, I'm hoping she kind of rallies for tomorrow.
Maybe saving herself for a shorter day tomorrow. She may be looking at the time trial and crit, sort of a bookends on the weekend, and saying, the long road race isn't for me, but a 10-minute time trial, an hour-long crit, that's perfect. So we'll see if we see Mobbs having a good day tomorrow. There's Anna Rokkanen behind her in 15th spot. The Swedish rider in the Echelon Racing League here. Sorry.
Again, a rider that we wouldn't really expect to be back here. So, again, maybe technical difficulties or just having an off day. Yeah, it happens to the best. So, hope she rallies for tomorrow.
Don't see a lot of Finnish cyclists. Looks like Rokanen about to make it back up to the Wheel of Mobs. Then a little further back to Carolus. Noble is behind them, but this is another good group. 8, 9, 10, and 11 battling here with O'Toole, Dorr, Carolus, and Nelson. So we'll call this Chase 2, sort of the second group on the road. Well, I guess the third group with Kedu Lay kind of stuck in the gap in between the Baker Nelson group and the Dorr Carolus group.
Nice wave in the Zoom room.
I'm reading about Finnish cyclists right now. Did you know Charlie Wegelius was Finnish?
Go on. What else?
That was news to me. Wegelius races out of the UK. I think most people know him as a British cyclist, but one of his parents from Finland. There you go. There's your lesson for the day. That's how I learned about Spitfires and Mustangs and European time zones and Charlie Wegelius's history.
Come for the bike racing, leave with the knowledge. Thanks, Brad.
That's right.
Godby's definitely in the meat of this race now. Over that first of 3 climbs towards the end of this race, this is where the men definitely started breaking apart and separating out. So yeah, I'm sure Godby won't have any problems with any of this, but it's always a good test in the legs, and I'm sure she's just going to push forward and try and finish as strong as she can on the day.
Yeah, test yourself on the climb, see how it feels, get used to it. I'm sure she'll be going back and looking at that Iron Horse course that she's already raced on, but it always helps to get a little refresher. It's a steep one, 15% right now. Steep enough to get Godby out of the saddle. Pushing 5.7 watts per kilo.
That woman is unbelievably strong, Brad. It's just impressive, the numbers that she can put out.
At least we think they are. We only understand what really 3 or 4 of these numbers mean, to be completely honest with you. I'm still trying to figure out the TSS score. I've divided every number on this screen, and none of them come out to what that TSS is. So that's not it. We can cross that possibility off the list.
Let's
I
pull
tried
Garrett
adding
back
them.
in.
Yeah, exactly. We had Garrett Pelton in with us at the virtual tour of the Gila a couple weeks ago, who is also a professor of exercise physiology.
Google will tell you a lot as well.
You're not going to believe this, but the TSS score doesn't have its own Wikipedia page.
Yet.
Shocking. There is a nice page on the trainingpeaks.com website that tells me that it's the training stress score. So we still don't know what it is. This is why you pay a coach, folks, and there are a lot of good ones out there.
Exactly.
A lot of people have opinions about TSS scores on the internet, I'm finding out. People are big on their training numbers.
Are you getting pinged on social media right now?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Imagine.
It's a good way to drive engagement numbers. You know what else I don't understand? Strava. What even is Strava?
Hit me up at Brad Toner.
Yeah, I'll just throw every controversial opinion in cycling out there. I'm a rim-breaking, skinny tire riding, mechanical
120
shifting,
PSI.
120 PSI riding old school ogre when it comes to cycling technology, so you know where I stand. I do see McCrosty has the disc brake setup on her bike on the trainer. See, but Godby still rocking the caliper brakes because she's on the Argon 18 time trial bike. We've seen that before where she has actually wraps her brake calipers in like a sock or a t-shirt to protect them from the sweat dripping down. I guess that's another advantage for disc brakes, more durable on the trainer.
Yeah, a lot of people don't really factor in that you should probably do a thorough check on your bike after you've been on the trainer all winter because of the sweat factor, just like Godby's taking care of that. You know, you got to take your bike out, wash it because of the amount of sweat that, like you said, it's gone down either the head tube or the seat stays and just where all that gets into. And especially you want to pull your bar tape off and really go through everything there because it just corrodes. And yeah, people just don't even think about that. It's like, oh, it hadn't even been outside, but it's really important to go over your bike once you get it off the trainer. It can just be pretty dangerous otherwise. It's just good bike maintenance too to go over everything a couple times a year.
Yeah,
but I don't do that.
Winter
I take it to the bike shop.
Yeah.
I'll be honest. I'll tell the truth right now.
Before you take it. Yeah, you know, don't just take it right off the trainer. At least, you know, wipe a few parts down.
Yeah. The doggos are still there.
Oh yeah, Kim Miller. They've gone into the dog bed now. It's coming up on bedtime in Germany. I was going to say, the other thing that riders neglect is the drivetrains. You wear that drivetrain out so quickly on the trainer from riding. There's our dog look again. But you don't think of yourself as logging a bunch of miles when you spend a winter on the trainer, right? You're like, yeah, I didn't ride that much. My chain's probably fine. But I would also advise maybe check that chain length before you get back out onto the road as well, because the power that you put in on the trainer too, these really hard, fast efforts sometimes can wreak havoc on the drivetrain. And from what I hear, it might be a while before you can get a new chain. So you probably want to know sooner rather than later if you need a new part.
Yeah, these days is pretty tough, isn't it? The industry is so backed up. I'm curious what Erin has up there for by her water bottles and the packet and the capsules.
So I think those are drink mix capsules, like the Noon or something that you can drop in. It comes in like a capsule form. And I don't know what the little pouches are. I'm going to guess some form of nutrition, though.
I figure she'll tell us later on socials.
That's right. There we go. There's the closer.
Nice.
what that is.
Nice support there. Brad, I've definitely worn out a drivetrain on a bicycle that I rode more indoors than I did outdoors. It was actually my gravel bike that I would leave on the trainer in the winter because we'd either have snow or not snow, so I would only ride that bike on the trainer. And yeah, I took it to the bike shop just recently, and they're like, hey, you need a new drivetrain already. And it's like, oh man, I hardly ride this bike that much. I do a couple of gravel events a year, but it's enough to, like you said, like, I've worn it out, but that's a good problem to have. That means I like to ride my bike no matter where.
That's right. That's right. I think most riders have moved off of the wheel-on trainer at this point. Most people are on direct drive trainers as well, but you used to have to worry about either your trainer tire or the rear tire. That was a good way to burn through rubber on the trainer back in the day. Watching O'Toole, Nelson, and Carolus back and forth a lot for that group of three as we go up to the race for second in the upper right-hand corner, and the queen of RGT, Jackie Godby, in the upper left.
Godby has such focus. You don't see her look away from the computer much at all, do you?
Mm-mm. I would imagine much of the same focus it takes to study to pass the medical boards, to study to become a doctor, to study peptide bonding. There's a lot of staring at the screen, so I'm sure this is nothing new for a rider like Jackie Godby. Or Erin Ayala. Erin recently posted about her most recent project at work, working on a study recruiting athletes that have experienced complex or chronic health concerns, and talking about the initiative to understand how your athletic identity changes alongside those health concerns with conditions like Ehlers, Danlos, Meniere's, or autoimmune conditions, and sort of how that affects individual athletes.
Did you just read that off the internet?
I did. Did you think that I was smart enough to understand what Erin Ayala and Jackie Godby did for a living off the top of my head?
I did. You were
Because
talking
I'm
about
not.
P51s just like an hour ago. Like, you guys
That's
don't
like
know
stuff
Brad
I
Soner
learned
very
from,
well. This guy knows a lot.
That's like, I learned from a book when I was a kid. These are advanced level stuff that they're working on.
Yeah, very much well-rounded athletes, that's for sure. It's a gift that they're in the sport.
Getting word on Facebook about Rhea Mobbs saying her turbo, which is the British word for trainer, is stuck on insane resistance. She's just trying to finish, so it sounds like Mobbs is having a mechanical issue out there today. That's a bummer.
That is.
It seemed a little odd not to have Rhea Mobbs up in that front group, so it sounds like trainer must have got stuck on a tougher resistance, not letting go. This is like a rubbing brake or something that you just can't get off and fix that quickly.
It is bad luck because there's no doubt that she's strong enough to be up there at the front and give Godby a run for her money.
Bummer.
She'll be back tomorrow if she can stick with it, though.
Yeah, important to finish, and that's exactly what Rhea Mobbs is thinking. I mean, any other day you would probably hang it up, but she knows that she needs to finish today to race tomorrow, so back to focusing.
It is cool to see all the cheering section in the Facebook chat also. It's nice to have some fans out there.
Yeah, let you're rooting for. We see a few of those words. We can get some of those messages out to the riders as well. So if you want to put a message in the Facebook comments, we'll do our best to get that out to the riders. Let us know who you're cheering for, where you're watching from. It's always fun to see international fans and riders out there. Looks like Frank Cundiff, who raced in our men's race earlier, is going out for another round. I think he's going to enjoy some of that Tucson weather, it looks like. This is brutal. He's doing it right in front of her, too. Ouch.
Bless it.
I think he just opened his garage door for one of the first times in probably 5 years for those two living in D.C. All right, have fun on the trainer. We'll be back in a few hours.
Yeah.
Brutal.
That is.
Frank wanted to make sure they moved the couch. Make sure that came off the moving truck. Maybe figure out where the extra bedding set is buried in the moving boxes.
Yeah. You better be cooking dinner tonight, something.
All right, Godby rolling by the cheering section past the Walmart Joe Martin Stage Race billboard as she comes up on 14 kilometers to go. Getting down to it for Jackie Godby. Got a little bit more time here, so let's go back to Bruce and Nancy.
So, Nancy, tell me, we share something in common, and that is clothing and the love for it. Tell me what you're doing these days.
Well, I practiced law for 35 years and, I just was ready to move on. I'd done thousands of divorces. I mean, thousands. I mean, when you're in someone's house and you know more about the house than the person that owns it now, you've done enough divorces. That was sort of my, deal. I mean, I'd be in a house and I go, yeah, I know how much it costs. I know who bought it. And I know what the mortgage is. And anyway, so I'm totally self-taught. In year 2000, I tried a mail order catalog and I couldn't make as much money and I had to send my kids to college. So I gave it a whirl and it didn't work out. And I'm one of these people that says, at least you tried. Yeah. To me, I give effort 10 times. I say, maybe you weren't hugely successful, but you walk the walk. I mean, I think that's all part of life is walking the walk. So, and Joe and I were going to do cycling clothing because we couldn't find it back in the day. We actually went to market. We got Lycra. We were going to, which that never panned out either. So in 2012, I decided I was going to start manufacturing. So a friend of Lindsay's, my daughter-in-law, introduced me to a woman in New York who was in the business. And I just started, small manufacturing and just trying to figure it out. Yeah. And I was like, Joe, we were both clothes horses. Yeah. So anyway, long story short, I have some property down on the square in Bentonville and I opened a shop. I quit practicing law and opened a shop in 2017, summer 2017. And now I'm producing a shirt line in Portugal. I've got a whole group of people over there that are working with me, a mill in northern Portugal. And I'm still producing in New York. A lot of that with COVID, of course, has been shut down. So that's my new, I'm fading off into the sunset, just we've switched roles. Yeah. You're doing cycling and I'm doing clothes. I mean, that's really what we did. We switched.
Yeah. And it's N.A. Martin, right?
N.A. Martin. And I just, I've got an online site, namartin.com, but it just has my stuff on there. And really my goal, I know it's crazy because I know retail and retail too. I've had consults with you about retail. And, it's really hard right now with COVID and all different things, Amazon, whatever. But my goal is just to be one of the coolest shops in town. And that people say, if you went to Bentonville, Arkansas, you made a stop at N.A. Martin. Yeah. And that's, I think there's still room for that in the retail business.
Absolutely.
That's what every day I'm trying to come up with things that people don't have. And so my line of shirts have sold incredibly well. And I think that's because people say it's a local designer and she's doing it. And, and it's just, I can't get this, online.
Yeah. Well,
So-
one thing, fading off in the sunset, that and Nancy Martin does not go together.
Well-
I know that. And
Well,
anyone,
when you met me, I didn't even have any gray hair, maybe a sprig. So,
you'll be doing something passionate for the rest of your life.
well, I'm excited for all the stuff coming your way. The Worlds coming here. Now, I went to the Worlds in Colorado Springs in '86, the
Yeah.
summer of '86, and that was at the Air Force Academy.
Yeah,
But
the road-
that was road racing. Yeah. So all the events that you're doing, I mean, yeah, I applaud you, and I hope people will start to follow you and see what you're doing.
What a cool lady. She has more style in those glasses than I have in my entire wardrobe.
It is pretty sharp. She is a sharp lady for sure.
Mallory McCrosty now has a cheering section behind her. The Project Echelon boys have showed up to provide a little bit of support here. It looks like Frank brought in some reinforcements to cheer her on. I think maybe the other two guys counseled Frank and said, maybe we should wait until the end of the race to leave. Maybe we go cheer her on for a little bit.
You guys can't leave at least for another, 10K, 12K, so sit tight.
Only a bunch of bike racers could stand around in their helmets watching another bike racer ride on a screen. And there's the group that McCrosty is racing with. Looks like Miller setting tempo here. Now, I would say Frank can give some advice to Mallory, but I think we both know who the premier e-racer in the relationship is, so that is not the direction of flow that advice should be going with this couple.
I don't know if they can hear us, but I sure hope they can.
I hope Mallory can hear me at least.
They should be pretty proud of how the guys rode earlier today. I mean, Eric put in such a solid effort this morning and was so close to the win. So, yeah, this is fun to see. Like, it's nice to have that support for both races all around, Masters, women, elite. It's a good crew to be a part of.
Cundiff getting his first look at the front of an RGT race here. He's trying to see what it looks like up close.
It's like you know these guys, Brad. I'm not quite sure I would give that much grief to them, but it sounds like you're experienced.
And here we go. Now they're starting to cheer on. McCrosty out of the saddle. Getting exciting for these guys. This is cool. We're going to have some in-person fans next week as well in the league championships. I know a lot of the Project Echelon riders based out of Wisconsin, where their team is based, are all going to be racing in person together. They're going to go to one of the local breweries, I think, and race there. Actually, it might be at a gym, but they're going to race in person, so it'll be cool to see that. We're going to have a camera there, get some new looks and some new views on virtual racing next week. McCrosty opens up a little bit of space.
Going back to, even like the St. Louis Alliance group, that just strengthen numbers in person like that. It helps. I mean, the morale, you can sit there and just look at each other and talk to each other. So, I mean, you can see this is actually helping McCrosty too. And so having the guys there next weekend all together, it just is a good camaraderie.
Going single file with McCrosty leading the way here. Well, there's definitely something to having someone there cheering for you. I remember we were talking about the VO2 max testing earlier, and Garrett was telling us about the difference in numbers when riders got encouragement on their VO2 max test and when they didn't get encouragement. And they found that there was a tangible increase in your VO2 max number when the tester or doctor, whatever in the room, would cheer the riders on and encourage them to ride harder. Riders were able to ride harder. So there is some scientific backing to the advantage of having them there.
Well, Kimberly Miller has the doggos in the background. That's a good cheered squad, I think.
At least keep you
still
calm.
there. Yeah.
Good dogs.
On the steep gradient right now, that 13%, it's just, oh man. Towards the end of the race right now, just you need all the help you can get.
This looks like a counter from Miller here. Open up some time. Remember, McCrosty was stringing it out, and then Miller went across the top of him. This one blowing up. Here's McCrosty into second position in this group, third overall. Nelson going to get on her wheel, and then Baker is now 135 meters back. So this is the split. Nelson, McCrosty, and Miller trying to go clear, and now Nelson and McCrosty will have to link up and work together to try to bring back Miller up the road. And you can see why the course profile again at the bottom of both of these screens, very clear that Miller used this climb to her advantage to open up her space. And she goes down to 13.8K to go. That means that Jackie Godby will be within 10K, about 7K of the line, something like that for Godby. We'll go check in with her as she gets closer to the line, but we are waiting for more attacks and jumps to come out of this group because this is where the action is going to be today. There's Godby, 6.8K to go. See, I was close on the math.
Stone cold killer. She just, she doesn't shake or break at all, does she, Brad? Just consistent.
You can see her wattage profile in the upper left corner of the upper left screen, how steady it is. Really doesn't move much. And Lauren, I know you've talked about this before, but just how difficult it is to keep your power number within like a 20 watt range, let's say. Like if you're trying to hold it at 280, if you can keep that between 260 and 300, you are a really, really good cyclist. Like you really understand how to modulate power in the pedals.
I would even close that gap down a little bit further. Just, try and keep it within 10 or 15 watts. What you're trying to hold is, it is such a craft. It is really hard, especially in a course that's undulating and it's not you're not in erg mode essentially on your bike. So it is a gift that Godby definitely has.
All right, getting down to it, 13K to go for Kim Miller. Trying to hold off the two chasers behind her as Mallory McCrosty and Maura Nelson try to work together to overcome the 130-meter gap that they now have. McCrosty and Nelson bringing time back.
Yeah,
Not
two is
quite
definitely
time
more
to panic
efficient
yet.
than one. Yeah.
Yeah, they still have 12K to go. I mean, that should be plenty of time to bring back what is now back up to 150 meters. But if it starts trending the wrong way, then they need to start thinking about what kind of changes they can make.
And we also saw, in the men's race, how quickly Eric essentially got brought back. He had 500 meters going into the base of the climb at like 2K to go. Again, he was at the end of his rope, but essentially these women are going to be as well. And no panic behind should be taking place, but it's going to hurt. It's going to hurt to the finish. So just keep that in mind and just be expecting it mentally.
See if McCrosty and Nelson can surge late to get up here to Miller. Miller on the phone, not sure what she's doing. Maybe checking the course profile, looking to see what that last little climb is like. Check it out on Strava or VeloViewer, or whatever your preferred platform is.
VeloViewer has definitely been a gift to cycling.
It's amazing the amount of information that's available to riders now, and I think this is maybe the next iteration of that, the ability to ride those courses in real, pre-ride them as opposed to just look at the climb, the ability to jump on there and ride a course. Again, on RGT, you can upload any GPX file you want. Anybody can upload any course, and it'll render that into a virtual world in about 24 hours. So if you're headed to a race the next day, if you're looking at a race a week out, anybody can go upload those GPX files, practice the final climb, practice a portion of the course that you're not sure about. It's an excellent way to prepare for an upcoming event if you have access to those GPX files. If you've done it before, you have that saved. You can always go back and re-ride your favorite rides as well. So it's a great training tool for riders preparing for the in real life rides.
My first experience of VeloViewer was back in 2016 in Flanders. I had a teammate that essentially put together like a 40-page PowerPoint presentation on every single climb, which was amazing. I think somebody actually said, the World Tour teams would pay you high dollar for this because essentially had a picture of where the turn was, how long the climb was, the percentage gradient. Yet you had VeloViewer. She had a picture of a midway point and then the picture of the finish of the climb, so you knew you could, if you couldn't ride the course like you're talking about, she had every Google drop, on all the climbs. It was unbelievable. It's really nice to have that as someone that doesn't get to go over to Europe all the time and get to look at these courses over and over and over again. So just to have that somewhat in the back of your mind definitely helped on race day because you've got so much stimulus going on. So yeah, VeloViewer has been quite the gift to cycling and for the athletes.
Sometimes though, you just have to see it in real life. I've looked at a lot of climbs on VeloViewer and then showed up in real life and went, this is way steeper than I thought it was going to be, or way harder than it looked on VeloViewer. So there's nothing like getting out and riding the real thing, right? Knowing how it feels on the bike underneath you as opposed to how it should feel based on what's on the screen.
Yeah. This is true. Yep. This is the next closest thing you can get to riding it. It seems the McCrosty fan club has left. That's too bad.
Just when she needed them the most. So McCrosty and Nelson locked in here. They've gotten rid of Baker. Miller's gap is growing, 260 meters up to her, so this is becoming a problem for Nelson and McCrosty. Miller's starting to get out of hand as she looks to make her way up to second spot. All right, Godby inside 2.3K to go. That means she's on the final climb of the day. You can see it starting to kick up on her RGT gameplay screen in the bottom right. She's got a little bit of rest right now with a slight downhill, and then this will kick up for last couple kilometers of racing. So Godby about to be on her way in.
%100% focused this entire day. That is very impressive. I mean, she when she could have kind of checked out or sat up, or she has definitely taken every advantage of taking this course and racing it to its full potential.
Look at this, out of the saddle with a 4-kilometer lead over the next closest rider. Godby still squeezing every watt she can out of this ride. And now onto the 16% gradient. Oh, yeah.
I feel like the camera shot is doing it justice here.
Yeah, no, this is great. No book in the world is going to help you on this climb, though. You can do all the preparation you want, but when it comes down to it, you just got to turn those pedals over. 1.5K to go for Godby. Oh. Keeping the cadence steady as well. Relatively big gear that she's pushing. Man, I know she's got a lot of resistance on the trainer underneath her, obviously, but this could be spun out more if she wanted to. Found that sweet spot that she's comfortable.
Yeah, I wonder what gearing she's running on the TT bike. That could be another interesting point. But yeah, I mean, you know, you're going up 13% down to 7%. Like, it's just mashing this gear.
Coming up on 1,000 meters of climbing, she'll have gained almost 1 kilometer of elevation by the time this one's over. And meanwhile, the battle still unfolding between McCrosty, Miller, and Nelson in the race for second. So we're going to get a 2-for-1 finish today in the women's race. We'll watch Jackie Godby roll in, see if we can grab a word with her, and then behind her will come the Kim Miller solo move, followed by Nelson and McCrosty as Miller continues to put time into that group, going up to 350 meters now. She was at 250 last time we checked in. Meanwhile, Jackie Godby can now see the Flamme Rouge indicating 1K to go. With the red arch. And yet, continues to push out of the saddle like a true champion. Again, for Jackie Godby, not so much about winning today. She knew that she could do that, but what she's really doing here is preparing for nationals and preparing for worlds. The big targets for Jackie Godby coming up here, and this will be one of the last few stops of competition before she gets into that nationals worlds block. So I'd say Godby is firing on all cylinders going into the...
Yeah, I totally agree. She is on fire right now.
The last 100 now. And there really is no rest until you get the line on this course. I mean, still a little bit of an uphill kick right in the last 200 meters or so. As Godby going to solo her way in. She will win this one by over 5K on the line, absolutely crushing the Mount Sequoia Road Race here on stage 2 of the Walmart Joe Martin Stage Race. Jackie Godby will widen her GC lead and looks like widen her lead in the Echelon Racing League as well as she goes in the last 150 meters. Staying in the red zone, though. Got to get that workout in. Every watt matters for Jackie Godby as America's champion wins another. I half expected a rider to shoot out of nowhere onto our screen and try and pit Godby at the line, as we've seen happen before, but she gave herself a nice, comfortable lead over. Thumbs up, Jackie Godby. Log the workout, save the power file.
Yep.
Upload to the cloud, and then get ready to do it all again. Miller will be your next in with just under 5K to go.
The way that Miller's riding, I think she'll be able to hold off McCrosty and Nelson. But yeah, this is a good ride for her as well. Just be out here solo also for the last half of the race, essentially.
She attacked at maybe 8-9 kilometers to go, somewhere around there. I'm not sure if it was a predetermined point on course or if she just escaped. So now we also have to watch and wait to see if Nelson or McCrosty will attack one or the other, or if they just sprint it out. If this comes down to a 2-up sprint to the line for those two. They have 4.4K with Miller just under 4 at 3.9K. Looks like McCrosty and Nelson letting off a little bit, knowing that they're going to have a battle coming their way between the two of them. So I think they're starting to think about tactics, starting to think about how do I beat the other? Because it looks like Miller is safely away at this point. So I think all McCrosty and Nelson can do is try to figure out how to beat each other. So again, 3.8K to go for them. We will keep an eye on that and keep watching. Meanwhile, sounds like we have a race winner, Jackie Godby, in our SIS interview room with Emma Watson. Let's go over and grab a word with Jackie and Emma.
Thanks, Brad. I'm here with the winner for today's Stage 2 race, Jackie Godby. Jackie, solid performance from you today. Can you tell me a little bit about this race and how you were able to stick with it throughout the entire length of the race?
So, last night we talked about how in these longer stage races, sometimes it turns into a TT. And heading into today, I had that in my mind. What am I going to be able to hold for each of these hills? What am I going to be able to hold for those long downhills and still be able to keep up with the really, really punchy riders like Rhea Mobbs? So, when I dropped a lot of that pack on the first hill, that's what my mind went to. It went to that time trial mode. It went to that, what do I need to do the best race I can today? Sort of block out that competition and really just focus on myself.
Yeah, definitely. And talking a little bit more about the end of that race, this course is difficult because of the end of it. It's straight uphill. Can you talk to me a little bit about your strategy approaching the uphill?
Yeah, so as I got through the race, I realized that I couldn't hold that 400 watts I'd been holding on earlier hills. So, you know, I sort of scaled it back, said, okay, what can I hold? What muscle groups aren't fatigued? How long can I push this power in the saddle? When do I need to stand? And sort of balancing the cardiovascular stress of standing with the muscular stress of sitting, and really how much my quads could hold that power. You know, playing mind games with myself, playing physical games with myself, just to eke out that little more.
Now that you've accomplished this race virtually, would you ever do it in real life?
Oh, I would have to train up. Real life, I'm still a Cat 4. I've got a lot of work to do to be able to get the handling, the downhill skills of the pro riders that do this in real life. I mean, I would absolutely jump at the chance, but I acknowledge that there's a lot of work for me to do before I could get there, and before it would be even safe for me to toe the line with these women. So, right now I can suffer the pain, but I don't have the finesse to line up toe to toe in real life yet. But I would love to get there. I would love to put in that work. I have so much respect for these women that it would be a real honor to join them someday.
On behalf of our crew, I'll say that we believe in you. All right, performance for you today. Back to you, Brad.
Thank you very much, Emma. As a proud member of Team Jackie, I think she'd do great out there, but it is a different kind of racing for sure, Lauren. I mean, there's a lot more when you get out onto the road, and it's nice to see that Jackie knows it and acknowledges the skill it takes to ride at that level, but I think she's being a little humble too. I think she's a little better than a Cat 4 at this point, at least a 3 on the road. I think she'd be fine in a 3s race.
Hey, I'd put my hand up in the air for sure to give her some skills training, and because I'd love to see her on the road. I mean, I think she's got so much talent and so much possibilities. Yeah, let's do a skills day and get you in some races, and yeah, you'd just crush it.
I'm going to send her out to do a ride with the Homestretch House. I think she could learn in like 12 hours of riding with that house. She would become immeasurably better as a pro cyclist. There's more knowledge in the 2,000 square feet of that house than probably in the entire state of Arizona right now.
Yeah, come on. It's a pretty good place to be, and a great place to learn. And as you know, the weather is nice.
Well, Mallory McCrosty knows as well, but she's stuck in the garage today, trying to beat Moira Nelson to the line, while her fiance goes out and enjoys the Tucson sunshine. Through the switchback. You're getting there, down to 150. Remember, she was up to 350 at one point. But I'm guessing Miller is just now at the top of this hill, so this might be sort of an artificial gap because, yeah, Miller hasn't even finished climbing yet. So what happened was she slowed up on the climb because she was going uphill. As these two hit the bottom, it showed a bigger gap than was really there. Nelson opening a little space. These two are both pushing really, really hard on the trainer. McCrosty trying to hit another gear. And Miller out of the saddle.
Camera. No.
Miller coming up on 1K. She's at 1.3, and then Nelson and McCrosty at 1.5. There's Miller coming up to the 1K to go marker. I saw the moose or deer or whatever it was again. It was just off to the right side, just before the fans here. There's the 1K marker. Our ZMS live stream flags. Big shout out to ZMS Streams providing all of our cameras here in the Echelon Racing League. All these incredible shots that you see, tracking the riders all over, always knowing what's going on. Damon does an incredible job streaming and covering these races, so big thank you to Damon over in the UK. And a thank you to Mark behind the scenes as well, our director today, hanging with us, doing a great job. It is racing these is tough, but listening to Lauren and I for this long is maybe even tougher. So, Mark, we appreciate you. Thanks for hanging with us.
God bless you guys. And Brad, don't forget Emma, because we couldn't do any of our interviews without the help of Emma.
100%. Emma Watson has been with us all season. And Emma has become quite the virtual racing expert herself. You heard her talking about getting Jackie Godby out there in real life, saying, we believe in you. We're Team Jackie. Miller on the descent before she gets in the last couple 100 meters. And then we'll watch the McCrosty-Nelson battle unfold not far behind. They're only about 450 meters back, so it's going to come on pretty quickly here. Miller coming up on 150 to go. And now it looks like Nelson attacking McCrosty a little further back. Watching the gaps as Miller finishes up here. We'll let her get across the line and then go try and pick up that Nelson-McCrosty battle. So Kim Miller in and done for a second place ride, which all things considered, looking at the field today, is an impressive ride. She can be happy with that for the Beast Mode Rose team. And then it looks like Moira Nelson will hold on for a second, and Mallory McCrosty going to go third. But there is your silver medalist on the day as bronze makes its way into the line now on the wheels of Moira Nelson.
Like you said,
Nice
I'm half
little red
expecting
effort for her.
McCrosty to like sprint through like we've seen in all the other finishes. Yeah.
Nelson going to come through. McCrosty will pick up a solid fourth. She's going to hold off Danielle Baker behind her in fifth. And then looks like Erin Ayala will hold on for sixth. And Kate Oulet going to be good for seventh on the day. So there's McCrosty in and done after a hard-fought battle on the day with Moira Nelson. That was awesome to watch those two. In the end, Nelson gets the better of the two. McCrosty goes into fourth. This will be Baker up next to round out the top five. Dylan Baker, I'm sorry. Then a little further back, one of our favorites, Erin Ayala.
A little bit harder day for Ayala today, but yeah, hopefully she can rally for tomorrow.
I think Ayala has a much better chance in the criterium. Remember, we talked about that finishing sprint. She's got a great kick at the end of these virtual races, so I think she'll be looking forward to that criterium course tomorrow. Although I'm sure Jackie Godby will make it hard on the group. Crit, again, really important to understand how the game is played. You can you can survive by being efficient in the criterium because there is so much braking and accelerating going on out there. So I think that'll be a good day for Erin Ayala tomorrow because she is such a smart bike racer.
Yeah, definitely knowing the game and how to navigate the corners when you can pedal, but your avatar's not putting out any power. So yeah, that'll be a crucial aspect of tomorrow's race.
Well, Jackie Godby still managing to do 4.41 average watts per kilo on the day out there all by herself. Kim Miller rides with Nelson and McCrosty for a good portion of the day before attacking at about 8K to go for a 3.54 average watts per kilo. And then Nelson and McCrosty in for 3 and 4, and Dylan Baker in for 5th with the Project Echelon Racing team. But man, the ability for Godby to push herself in that solo position at 4.41 watts per kilo for just under 2 hours on the trainer. Oy, 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 oy. But one thing's for sure, Jackie Godby's in good shape here.
Yeah, and going back to her interview, she even breaks it down like when she's standing and sitting and the cardiovascular taxation it takes to do that, and like the minute details that she goes over is unbelievable. It's pretty spectacular to know how much she pays attention to everything throughout these races.
The job is never done for Jackie Godby, and that's why where she is in the sport right now is one of the dominant esports racers, not just in the country, but in the world. She'll be back tomorrow for Stage 3 of the Walmart Joe Martin Stage Race as we get into the Experience Fayetteville Criterium, one of my favorite days of the in real life Walmart Joe Martin Stage Race, and I know it's going to be a lot of fun on RGT here as well. So we'll see you back here same time tomorrow. It is an 11 a.m. Eastern start for our pro men, and then pro women will come immediately after that. So for Lauren Hall, my name is Brad Soner saying thanks for watching today. Congratulations to our winners, and thanks again for being with us. So we'll see you tomorrow, 11 a.m. Eastern for Stage 3 of the Walmart Joe Martin Stage Race.